That was the Roosevelt High School Jazz Band and their instructor, Jason Margolis. And thank you all. That was amazing. And we're going to be meeting again next Tuesday. So, if you have a free night, perhaps we could do it again. I wish we could open every meeting like this. And I think we probably could. So, Roseanne, get on that. Thank you all for coming tonight. I think this is a demonstration of what our students are capable of doing if we give them the opportunities. And that's what we're supposed to be doing here. So thank you again. Okay, and now we're going to move on to the relatively more boring portion of the festivities this evening. For tonight's meeting, any item that will be voted on this evening has been posted as required by state law. This meeting is being televised live and will be replayed throughout the next 2 weeks. Please check the board website for replay times. This meeting is also being streamed live on our PPS TV Services website. As a reminder, we now have our PPS Ombudsman, Judy Martin, attending all regular board meetings. Judy will be here to listen to the public comments and, if appropriate, provide additional support to families who need or want it. Judy can be reached at 503-916-3045 or ombudsman@pps.net. We also have interpreters with us this evening, and I'd like to ask them to come forward at this time, introduce themselves in the language into which they'll be interpreting, and inform the audience where they'll be located in the auditorium should someone need their assistance.
Chào buổi tối quý vị, tôi là thông dịch Việt Nam. Nếu mà có ai cần tiếng Việt Nam thì tôi ngồi ở đằng sau. Cảm ơn.
我姓马，我做中文翻译，假如你有需要可以帮忙你。我姓馬，我做中文翻譯，如果你需要，我可以幫忙你。
Добрый вечер, меня зовут Мария. Если вам нужна помощь с русским языком, я буду находиться в холле. Спасибо.
Hola y muy buenas tardes, me llamo Daniel y voy a estar ofreciendo servicio de interpretación en español, ubicado en la parte del fondo del auditorio. Muchas gracias.
waxaa la yidhahaa xasan haddii luqada soomaali rabti in lagu fasiro gadaashaasa fadhiya iyo imaada.
Okay, thank you. Student Representative Nick Paisler is absent this evening. He is attending the University of Redlands reception for the class of 2023 tonight. So, we will miss him, but I think it's in a good cause. So once again, thank you to the Roosevelt High School Jazz Band and Jason Margolis, and we'll be hearing more about the arts in PPS relatively shortly. Okay, board members, are there any items in the business agenda that you have questions about? This does not include individual action items listed on tonight's agenda. Anybody want to pull anything? No. Okay. All right, we'll move into student and public comment. I'd like to review the guidelines for public comment. The board thanks the community for taking the time to attend this meeting and provide your comments to the board. We value public input as it informs our work, and we look forward to hearing your thoughts, reflections, and concerns. Our responsibility as a board is to actively listen without distraction from electronic devices or papers. Board members and the superintendent will not respond to comments or questions during public comment. If you want to follow up from the board office, please contact Ms. Hewson or Roseanne Powell, the board manager. Guidelines for public input emphasize respect and consideration of others. Complaints about individual employees should be directed to the superintendent's office as a personnel matter. If you have additional materials or items you'd like to provide to the board or superintendent, we ask that you give them to Ms. Hewson to distribute to us. Requests to make public comment should be made ahead of time by contacting the board office or checking with Ms. Hewson prior to the start of the board meeting to see if there are still spots available. Once the board meeting has started, we can no longer accept new requests for public comment. Okay, Ms. Hewson, Do we have anyone signed up for student or public comment?
We do. We have a total of 12. 6 of those will start with students. Alana Grazes and Will Lakin Shelley.
Okay, before you start, I want to go over the rules of the road. You'll have a total of 3 minutes to share your comments. Please begin by stating your name and spelling your last name for the record. During the first 2 minutes of your testimony, a green light will appear. When you have 1 minute remaining, a yellow light will go on. And when your time is up, the red light will go on and a buzzer will sound. We respectfully ask that you conclude your comments at that time. We appreciate your input and thank you for your cooperation. Take it away.
Good evening, Superintendent Guerrero, school board members, and PPS community. My name is Will Lakin Shelley. That's Lakinshelley. I'm a PCC Gateway to College graduate, originally from Cleveland High School. Community-based schools are vital for students who don't succeed for one reason or another in a traditional high school. I'm one of these students, although no one would have thought of me as a student needing an alternative school. Let me just start by saying this. PCC's Gateway to College program saved my life. I suffered from severe depression when I was of high school age. I highly value my high school experience, and it was a very informative social environment. However, due to my, at times, severe depressive episodes, I didn't always enjoy going to class or making an active commitment to learn. Not only did I not enjoy it, I felt I couldn't do it. I'm a very extroverted person, and therefore when I'm suffering, I tend to actually engage more. This made it hard for others to notice my depression. The social engagement would mostly come out for me in the form of skipping class in order to hang out with friends. I had one friend in particular I would often skip class with. He also suffered from depression, which was far more severe than mine. When I found out in May of 2015, my senior year, that I would not be graduating, my counselor suggested PCC's Gateway to College program as an alternative option. I and my parents are so grateful that he did. My friend's counselor, when he found out, didn't suggest the same thing. He ended up taking his own life in July of 2015. I know the impact that dropping out of high school has had on me, and there are many studies that point to a higher risk of depression and suicide in high school dropouts. My point is this: I wasn't a bad kid or a problem in class, but high school just didn't work out for me. Once I was accepted into PCC's Gateway to College program, I flourished. I was able to set my own schedule so I could just go part-time and really focus on my learning. The entire community of students wanted to be there, they wanted to succeed. This environment pushed me and helped me become successful. I went from a time where I was imagining never graduating high school to taking 16 credits a term, getting all A's, while earning college credit to boot. I'm grateful to PPS for supporting community-based schools. Having these resources has made a huge difference for me on my educational journey. I will be receiving my transfer degree from PCC at the end of the summer, and I'll be transferring to PSU to study marketing and business analytics. So perhaps I misspoke before. PCC's Gateway to College didn't just save my life, it also gave me a future. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Hello, and thank you for having me here today. My name is Alana Graves, and that is Graves. I am 18 years old, and as of 10 months ago, I am an electrical apprentice. I started out attending a traditional high school. With that being said, I was a student who went into high school knowing exactly what I wanted for myself and wanted for a career. I had a very hard time connecting and applying myself in high school because most of my high school classes were preparing me for college, which I knew I didn't want to take that road. Since I was very little, I knew that I wanted to go into the trades. I expressed that every chance I got to every teacher I ever had. My teachers never looked down upon it, but it made it very clear that they felt that I could do better and that I could have bigger dreams. After realizing that most of my teachers' intentions were to persuade me into going into college, I stopped attending classes and shortly fell behind. Once I found out that I may not be able to graduate on time, I remembered that that was not a part of the plan and that was not an option for me. But with even the constant work I was putting in, I struggled with getting the actual one-on-one help that I really needed. With the feeling of confusion and frustration, it often became an everyday thing. until my mom took me to Portland Youth Builders. The moment I walked in, I instantly felt noticed. My goals were put right back together, and I knew I was on my way to becoming a part of an industry that would set me up for my entire future. Throughout my time at PYB, I was challenged to the point where not only was I accomplishing my small goals, but the goals that seemed more unreachable became smaller and right within hand's reach. I graduated from Portland Youth Builders a year ago, but still have the luxury of meeting with my career coach, Danny, and my counselors, Rana and Marcella, confronting them with current issues that I am facing and always getting their response, what can we do to help? It is very easy to place Portland Youth Builders in the alternative school category, but for me, it was far from a school. It became a home, not only for me, but many others that I still stay in contact with today. Meeting those people have only pushed me to make them proud and make my family proud. I truly feel that without PYB's support, I would not have jumped right out of high school and into the amazing IBEW Electrical Training Union. Alternative schools are all over are giving young adults who learn differently the support that we need to be successful. So there's nothing else to say but besides thank you.
Thank you, and
Next, we have
congratulations to you
Miles
both.
Hess and Catriona Johnston.
Can you read the names again?
Miles Hess and Catriona Johnston.
Can they join me up here?
Sure.
Thank you. Superintendent Guerrero, Chairperson Moore, school board members, and community members. Thank you for hearing our testimony tonight. My name is Catriona Johnston, that's Johnston, and I play trombone in the Madison High School Wind Ensemble and Jazz Band. With me tonight are student musician representatives from several PPS high schools, including Jefferson, who does not currently have a music program. We are here to ask you to make our music programs equitably accessible to all Portland Public School students, regardless of the labels we are given by our adult counterparts such as our race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, gender identity, or socioeconomic status. We should all have the opportunity to express ourselves, connect with people, and develop our global perspective through music. I enjoy being in the Madison Music Department, but because of the lack of music program funding and the PE mandate in Madison cluster schools, the MAD music program is lacking the money and the numbers we need in order to truly thrive. In lots of middle schools, the PE mandate makes it hard for students, especially those who are in immersion or world language programs, to be in music classes. This is why it would be extremely beneficial to have 7-period days in middle schools. Adding one more period to school days could mean that any student who wants to pursue music would have the freedom to do so. You have recently heard student voices from every high school during the Guiding Coalition visioning process, during which core values were developed. One of those core values was creativity and innovation. Music fits this core value perfectly. It allows students to be creative while working with a team. It embodies the majority of the characteristics that the graduate portrait wants us to obtain. Students live a variety of creative lives, and it is the school district's responsibility to provide resources to allow equitable access to sequential music programs so students can explore, express, and thrive through music without having to choose between music and world language. How are students supposed to obtain these characteristics when many do not even have access to these programs? How are students supposed to grow and express their creativity when they are not even given a chance for equitable access? For instance, middle schools are struggling to offer equitable access to world languages and music due to the unfunded PE mandate, and the PE mandate is not even halfway implemented. How are students going to access significant and robust learning experiences when they don't have access to music at all, or only get music for a quarter? How are the high school programs going to look? In the first year of the PE mandate, several schools cut music. Thank you.
You can go ahead.
Hello. My name is Taviandre Thomas, Thomas. My uncle went to Jefferson and was a state champion clarinetist and went to Paris playing the clarinet. That was 27 years ago. Michael Gross is a Jefferson grad and is now the tuba professor at the University of Oregon. Jeff has gone from a robust music program to non-music classes at all. Arkley Green students who want to continue in band at high school have to go somewhere else. This is unequitable. I know people who want to go to Jeff, but also want to stay in band, but they can't do that if they go to Jeff. So now they have to pick between taking college courses and staying in band. It hurts that kids at Jeff aren't given the chance to experience music like at, say, Roosevelt, Lincoln, Grant, Madison, Wilson, Cleveland, or Franklin. My music experience has been nothing but good. What music has done to my life has given me an outlet to be creative, and it has given me somewhere I feel like I belong. I know that I can go into the music room, into the band room, and that I am welcome, and it's somewhere I can get all that I am feeling and put it into song, and it's a way to express myself in a way that nothing else can help me do. I love Jefferson High School, but I miss playing music so much that I am seriously considering transferring to Roosevelt, where they have an amazing band program. Thank you.
Superintendent Guerrero and school board members, thank you again for hearing us tonight. My name is Isabel Hernandez, that's Hernandez. I played tenor saxophone in the jazz ensemble at Grant High School. I was lucky enough to attend Beaumont Middle School, which has a very strong band program. My experience in middle school is what sparked my love for music, and without it, I don't know if I would have pursued music in high school. Unfortunately, the PE mandate, along with the 6-period schedule, is already hurting middle school students' chances to participate in music and have the positive experience that I did. Mount Tabor and Beaumont have both seen a decrease in participation in music immediately after the PE mandate was implemented, and Laurelhurst cut their program completely. Being a member of the band community has been one of the most meaningful aspects of my high school experience, and it disappoints me that some students feel that they can't be a part of it because of the lack of resources at their middle school. Band has given me a chance to express myself artistically, improve my work ethic, work with a team, and meet some of my closest friends. Although I don't plan on pursuing a career in music, being in band has enhanced my love for learning and allowed me to excel in other subjects. All students should have access to this kind of experience. Bella Bravo plays trumpet in the Lincoln High School band. Lincoln's band is strong, but it seems as if that might not be the case for long. The PE mandate isn't even halfway implemented, and it's already hurting or killing band programs because students are left with a difficult academic choice, band or world language. Why do students have to make that choice? Aukley, Green, Tubman, and George Middle Schools have a 7-period day and are very successful with offering equitable access to programs. Why do schools refuse to go to the 7-period day when it better provides students the opportunity to play music? In closing, we would like to thank you again for listening and give each of you a copy of the Declaration on Equity in Music for City Students for your reference. Thank you for your time.
Our next two speakers are Seamus Linsky and Laura Moulton.
He and I are going to share 3 minutes talking on the same topic. Is that possible? Superintendent Guerrero, Superintendent Guerrero and board members, my name is Seamus Linsky, Lynsky.
And my name is Edgar Navas, Navas.
And I have a junior at Roosevelt High School and a sixth grader at George Middle School. And 3 minutes isn't a lot of time, so we're going to cut to the chase here. Edgar and I are here today because the board is yet to make good on its promise to provide adequate, equitable project-based learning space at Roosevelt, also known as Phase 4. Just a quick timeline to bring everybody up to speed. Early in the design process, the community raised concern about inadequate space. When the final design was presented and the space was still inadequate, we filed a civil rights complaint. In response, the board passed a resolution to provide the equitable space, and then nothing happened. Then last year in February, the board came and presented designs for Phase 4 to the Roosevelt community, and then nothing. So that's why we're here today.
Well, as you may know, Roosevelt has a 79% underserved enrollment. It is the most diverse and underserved school in the district. We hear a lot of talk, PPS talks about equity and inclusion. And as we know, from the budget, we spend about 8.3 million per year talking about equity inclusion programs, 8.3 million. But when it comes to spending 5 million that were already allocated in the past year's budget to the most underserved kids in the district, Superintendent Guerrero said last year in February of 2018, if we don't cut here, we'll have to cut from somewhere else. Well, that sounds like PPS is balancing the budget on the backs of the most vulnerable, underserved, and racially diverse kids in the district to fully fund other schools, such as Grant, which coincidentally is one of the more affluent schools in the district.
It was also disheartening at the February 2018 board meeting to hear many of you up there saying that Roosevelt is not fully utilizing the current space. We're not sure where you got that impression, but it's way off the mark. It was at capacity then, and it's over capacity now. There's a 2-week waiting list for the makerspace, and Roosevelt had to turn away 2 whole classes of kids who wanted intro to carpentry for next year because there just isn't the space for it. And it's only going to get worse because enrollment is on the incline, and we're projected to have 1,200 to 1,400 students in the next couple of years. So let's be clear, this isn't an add-on, this isn't supplemental, this is the bare minimum, and it was promised and allocated. So there's no need to wait for a district-wide STEM plan. There's already a successful program in place, and that would grow into this additional space.
So last year, again, Superintendent Guerrero came to visit us. And
It's a
sorry.
conclusion, yeah.
Yeah, it's a conclusion. So here we are. Please listen. It's time to keep the promise. Roosevelt can be a success story, and we can show the voters that PPS makes good on its promises and delivers to students and the taxpayers. You can finish Phase 4, the promise, and let our kids go from making birdhouses to making tiny houses. Give them an opportunity. Don't shortchange them. We can be going into this next 2020 bond phase with a story of misallocation of funds, empty talking points, and broken promises for the most vulnerable of the kids in this district. One way or another, the RHS community will be very vocal. And again, in the words of just our board member Moore, imagine if what you just heard, if we were just fully funding these kids. With $150, Mr. Margolis is creating miracles, $150 a year, and you just heard it. So again, I want to give him a round of applause. Thank you for listening, and please, do good to our kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much. Thank you. Laura Moulton and Cliff Fenning.
All right, thank you all for allowing me to do some speaking here. My name is Cliff Fenning, that's P-F-E-N-N-I-N-G, parent at Benson High School of 2 students and alum from 1986. I'm here to talk to you about the Benson girls soccer team. I emailed this to you guys this morning. I don't know how many of you got it or were able to actually look through it. It's an extremely passionate issue to me. Because it's soccer and I love soccer a lot. Timbers and Thorns and the U.S. national team, even the women's team, that's right now in trouble with the nation trying to get its fair share of funding. But the team I'm here about is the Benson girls soccer team, which recently got promoted to being a varsity team, and it's now every team at Benson is a varsity team. Only this team is getting promoted next year, not this upcoming year, simply because the district athletic director has looked at it and said, you're just not good enough. So a little background, my daughter started back into soccer after taking her freshman year off at Benson just to get acclimated to the school, and started in as a sophomore. And when that happened, the school only had 1 soccer team. But their idea was that her and her classmates, that if they played and were able to get enough players to start a second team the following year, which did happen, then they'd have enough players to separate the better players from the players, which is how you get a varsity team. So they played as a junior varsity 2 team, then they played as a JV team because they did have enough players to separate into 2 teams. In this upcoming year, the idea was that they would move to the varsity level. But that's not going to happen because when they did play this past year as 2 teams, they had to share 1 schedule because it's such a difficult thing to make a schedule in fall because you have to get other schools to separate their JV teams from their varsity teams. And if you go back and read through this, that's some pretty good background on that. So the thing that I'm here, and I don't want to be here challenging or questioning the district athletic director's decision, but his decision is focused more on being ready to win than it is being ready to be a varsity athlete, which is being the best at your school. And you become better, ready for the state by doing things in the off season, by getting yourself better that way. But to be a varsity athlete at your school means you're the best of the players in your school. And it's a very important thing for my daughter. I keep asking her whether or not she wants to be a varsity athlete. Is it a big deal? And it is. She continually tells me, I want to be a varsity athlete. So what I'm hoping you'll do is take a look at this issue and direct it to the athletic director and say, we'd like more information on this, and if possible, can you move them up this upcoming fall? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Virginia Warfield and Jessica Burback.
Hello, my name is Virginia Warfield, and I teach English at Grant High School. I'm here tonight to advocate for keeping mindful studies classes in PPS schools. Oh, my last name is Warfield. So I'm here to advocate for keeping mindful studies classes in PPS schools. I became involved with Peace in Schools, the organization that runs this class, a few years ago when I took workshops on mindfulness for educators. This year, I'm one of the co-teachers of the Mindful Studies course at Grant High School. My own training and experience with mindfulness has improved my ability to cope with the ever-increasing stresses and demands placed on me as an English teacher. I bring up my, I bring up my own practice and experience with mindfulness in order to illustrate the fact that it is an incredibly helpful and healthy tool for managing the demands that come with my profession. But more importantly, I want to speak to the importance of providing students with the tools that mindfulness offers. I've been a teacher for 30 years, and I'm in my 20th year of teaching at Grant High School. In recent years, the number of students experiencing debilitating anxiety and depression has increased to alarming rates. My colleagues across the board have reported the same observations about increased mental health impacts on their students in their classrooms. Counselors and mental health providers at my school also agree that the numbers of students who suffer from various mental health issues has dramatically increased in recent years. I have never had so many students who suffer from anxiety and depression. Anxiety and depression, along with other mental health issues, impact students' abilities to learn and practice crucial academic and social skills. Mindful studies exist to teach students tools for handling stress which results from a variety of things, including school demands, bullying, family life, and the constant bombardment from social media. I know that the students who are in mindful studies this year have become healthier and happier because of this course. In mindful studies, they learn techniques that help them to calm their minds and navigate negative emotions and thoughts in a healthy way. They learn breathing and movement techniques that can be practiced in moments of anxiety or stress. They learn about how the brain responds to triggers or stressors, and then they learn how to work with their emotions in a way that allows them to reduce their stress levels. They also work in community to support each other. They develop healthy and supportive peer relationships. In fact, students have reported that they now have a system of peer support outside of class that they turn to for help. This year we have close to 75 students enrolled in mindful studies, and 90 students have forecast for it for next year. These numbers speak to the interest in and need for this class. Schools all over this country and world are adopting mindfulness and mindful studies classes because they recognize the very serious needs of our students. If we are truly interested in providing students with the academic, social, emotional, and mental skills that they need to be healthy and successful, then I believe mindful studies should continue to be an option for our students. Please continue to support Peace in Schools and mindful studies classes in PPS. Thank you.
School Board Directors and Superintendent Guerrero, my name is Jessica Burbach, B-U-R-B-A-C-H, and I'm proud to say that I've worked at Portland Youth Builders for the last 10 years, 9 of those as a math teacher and currently as the education manager. Portland Youth Builders, or PYB, is one of the contracted community-based organizations, or CBOs, serving Portland Public School students, and you heard from our student Alana earlier. In my years working at PYB, I've learned the importance of having a variety of quality educational options because the path to completing high school does not always look the same for every young person, and the supports that work for one student may not work for another student. For this reason, I am grateful to PPS for investing in partnerships with CBOs, such as PYB, which are re-engaging young people who are struggling with their education. CBOs are smaller, unique, and innovative schools and programs that often serve the district's most vulnerable students. These schools work with youth who have been out of school for months or years and who may be far from completing their graduation requirements. Thus, CBOs are helping to re-engage previously disengaged youth to reconnect to the district and to graduate. Thanks to the partnership of PPS, CBOs provide programming which includes small class sizes, individualized academic supports, a focus on building strong relationship-based communities, culturally specific instruction and resources, and mental health counseling. It is not uncommon for young people attending CBOs to remark about their sense of belonging to the school and that it is a place where their voice is valued. Investment in CBOs truly adds to the breadth of services and quality educational opportunities for young people in PPS. Each CBO is unique, which means that PPS students have a diversity of options for re-engaging with the district. For example, at PYB, students receive hands-on vocational training in construction and technology, leading to industry-valued credentials, and, as you heard from Alana, the opportunity for preferential status into apprenticeship programs. For every dollar PPS invests in each student, through our extensive fundraising efforts, every student receives an additional $3 of investment, which translates into our very small class sizes, highly individualized counseling and career development services, and multiple years of post-high school support. As you heard from Alana, each student is assigned a career coach who continues to work extensively with students for potentially years after they graduate and follow their steps towards building their career. One of the highlights of CBOs is their college and career planning support for students, and it has been an honor watching Alana enter her apprenticeship, fulfilling her passion, and starting a pathway to financial stability. In closing, CBOs are student-centered, supportive environments where young people can rewrite their educational stories and ultimately find success and graduate. Thank you to the school board and to the district for supporting our schools and understanding that for every student to succeed, it will take a collective approach with multiple pathways, schools, and programs.
Thank you.
Lastly, we have Jeff Laff.
Good evening, school board members and Superintendent Guerrero. My name is Jeff Laff, L-A-F-F, and I am the Interim Director of Link's High School Programs at Portland Community College. We serve PPS students in our Gateway to College and Yes to College programs. First, I would like to humbly acknowledge that as an educational director of a community-based school, I am part of a long-standing tradition. The Coalition of Metro Area Community-Based Schools, or CMAX, has worked in concert with PPS for the better part of 3 decades. Portland Public Schools has been recognized as a national leader in alternative education for developing this network, and the district should be commended for its ongoing commitment to students who need to re-engage with their education. Part of understanding this history is to know that our network was developed into and serves as a district safety net. This is a vital component of the district's services. Even with an improved graduation rate nearing 80%, 2 of every 10 students need something different. Our network works with this 20%. We do it proudly, and we do it with less resources than in-district schools. We achieve results that raise the district graduation rates and lower the dropout rate. When PPS says every student succeeding, this includes the 20%. Our network is an eclectic group of innovative schools and programs that provide an array of options to meet students where they are, get them back on track, and help them succeed. The current narrative around our network doesn't frame an accurate picture. This narrative tries to account for our schools with the same lens it does for in-district schools by measuring us with metrics that misunderstand the 20%. These students have left or are leaving the system, and most are not going back to traditional schools. Examples from our Yes to College program illustrate this point. Last year, we served no 9th grade students. Our students come to us after being out of school for an average of 5 months, way behind in credits, and 52% of last year's students were beyond the 4-year 12th grade mark. Why would we be measured against finishing within a 4-year time frame? Last year, 90 PPS students earned a GED with us. This school year, 60 PPS students are taking post-secondary coursework after earning a GED and succeeding in Measure 98 desired outcomes. Is our graduation rate a meaningful measure of this success? No, it isn't. We need a new narrative. I respectfully ask that the district not only continues, but strengthens its commitment to serving the 20% who need this network of options, who need an opportunity to re-engage with their educational path. These students are part of every student succeeding. Together, we can continue our partnership to the betterment of our in-district schools, every student, and our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thanks again to everybody for your comments. Please feel free to connect with the board manager, Roseanne Powell, if you have something specifically you want to follow up with the board or board office. Next item, superintendent's report. Superintendent Guerrero, would you like to give your report?
Good evening, directors. I'm very much looking forward to the next item on our agenda tonight, which is a report on the state of the arts in PPS. My thanks also and appreciation for our student musicians from Roosevelt High School, and I'm going to have a little more to say about that in a moment, but I did want to address one other item first. As you might be aware, May 8th has been identified as a statewide day of action by educators. in support of better state funding for our public schools, to the level of funding that would allow us to provide opportunities for our students to participate in the very activities that we're talking about tonight and that we've heard testimony for. Staff are in close communication with our labor partners to determine how many teachers may be participating and not available for work. We're also in contact with superintendents from around the region and state. If we do determine that it would not be prudent or safe to open our schools on that day, we will be notifying families and stakeholders as quickly as possible, likely by the end of this week, and make a determination about those lost student instructional hours and how they'll be made up. So I plan to continue to update the board as we move forward on this. I'm going to keep the rest of my report actually dedicated to providing a lead-in to the presentation by Kristen Brayson and Carolyn Drake, our dynamic duo of a visual and performing arts department, who along with so many arts educators bring creativity and expression to our students, which is also made possible by the generosity of Portlanders and the dedicated arts tax. As many of you know, I will always be a big champion for access to arts education. I consider access to rich and robust arts offerings in public schools as part of an essential whole education. Our students benefit from mastering the attention to detail, gaining an appreciation of beauty and form, learning to express themselves, whether through still life, interpretive dance, or a violin etude. I myself, as you know, was engaged in the performing arts from a young age and had the opportunity to participate in instrumental music in public schools and went on to be a former music education major in college. If you take a look at the art that's exhibited in and around even this building, you'll notice a few pieces from the superintendent's art gallery here. It gives me a lift every time I walk the halls to my office. You'll see how gifted our students are, and we must find ways to nourish and support those talents as part of a rich and well-rounded education for all of our students. I join everyone in advocating for more funding in Oregon for public education so that we can prioritize and ambitiously move forward with important areas of work like middle school redesign efforts that will ensure through time and resources access to visual and performing arts for every student in the middle grades. Resources that will enable us to offer complete arts pathways in all disciplines from pre-K to 12 for every student. That we get beyond the limitations of a 6-period day in middle school to more creative, inclusive programming. We'll remain hopeful that we can make substantive forward-thinking progress in the near future and intend to continue engaging our arts advocates in refreshing the Master Arts Education Plan for PPS. On the topic of forward thinking, it was referenced earlier, creativity is a skill and disposition for our students. It's a theme that's emerged as part of our visioning initiative and discussions. How do the visual and performing arts help round out our graduate portrait? And what are the system shifts we need to work at accomplishing to make that happen? We are narrowing in on our North Star Vision document, and the community will have one more chance to weigh in next month. Commercial plug here, Saturday, May 11th, PPS will host the community installation at OMSI from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. This will be an opportunity for the community to see the draft vision elements and give any final feedback. No one will have to buy a museum entrance to be able to engage with the vision, but OMSI is offering a reduced price entry to anyone who is with PPS, students, families, or staff. This will include entry to the temporary Pixar exhibit that's there. The district will also be offering additional support for travel and entry to PPS students and families from identified school communities. Hope to see all of you there, and we expect a considerable public turnout for this event. And I want to wrap up with a short video that should help to set the stage for our next agenda item and the annual showcase that will occur tomorrow night.
So it's like a violin, just bigger. It's called pizzicato. And instead of playing it, you would just pull it.
Tomorrow night marks our 5th annual Heart of Portland Student Showcase. It's an incredible event that our whole district looks forward to every year.
This is the Heart of Portland art poster.
I think it's just an amazing event for us to kind of bring to light the need for the arts in our city and how much it does to benefit our community.
I just felt really proud to represent Black rights, represent Miss Huber, represent Markham School.
Each year we select one student artwork to feature on the poster, and Gabriella's piece was chosen because it so reflected the themes that this year's show was focusing on.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. They've been really excited about it, and you can tell they've practiced. It's made them practice, so I like that.
The message is that the arts in Portland have never been more robust, and that's reflected in our student experience.
Makes me feel amazing. I mean, I've never really been in a big thing like that.
That concludes my report. We look forward to seeing everybody at the Heart of Portland as we celebrate our talented students here in PPS.
Okay, thank you. And in case anyone is wondering, we rescheduled tonight's meeting so that everybody who was planning to attend the board meeting on a Tuesday night could now go visit the Heart of Portland. So we encourage you. Yeah, so we encourage everybody to go. Okay, so the next item is the PPS State of the Arts.
Well, we're really excited and hope that this becomes an annual tradition coinciding with our citywide showcase. So speaking of which, we have coming up to the podium Kristen Brayson, our Visual and Performing Arts Program Administrator and new addition to the team, which is now doubled, Carolyn Drake, Visual and Performing Arts TOSA. I hope this is just the start of a nucleus of a much expanded VAPA department, and they're going to be presenting this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Guerrero. We'd like to acknowledge as well, to be redundant, and say thank you so much for the Roosevelt Jazz Band under the direction of Jason Margolis for being here. It takes a lot for, yes, thank you. We see the sparkle, but there's a lot of work that goes into that, so we really want to appreciate them. Good evening, Board Chair Moore, Board Directors, and Superintendent Guerrero. We are so delighted to be here with you this evening to present the PPS 2019 State of the Arts Report. My name is Kristen Brayson. I'm the Program Administrator for Visual and Performing Arts. I come to this position with 22 years of experience in PPS as a performing arts teacher. In May of 2014, I joined Central Office as a TOSA for arts education and to support a system-wide implementation of the arts tax. I'm a product of PPS and launched into my own performing arts career after robust quality arts education training at Jefferson High School. Tonight, we have a lot in store and are excited to share with you a picture of our current state of arts education, as well as some bold thoughts to imagine our desired future state. But before we begin, I'd like to introduce my Central Office partner in the work, Carolyn Hazel Drake.
Good evening, Board Chair Moore, Board Directors, and Superintendent. My name is Carolyn Hazel Drake, and I'm the Visual and Performing Arts TOSA for PPS. I'm new this year, but I'm a longtime public educator in Oregon schools, having taught over a decade high school visual arts, art history, and language arts. I'm also a practicing artist and a third-generation Oregonian. I am so proud to serve the arts educators and students in the city, as I know firsthand the profound impact the arts have on the lives of our students.
So this evening, our report will include an overview of our department structure and priorities, an account of our work in Phase 1 of the launching of the PPS Master Arts Education Plan, key metrics from the arts tax, and a vision for a future program of study that leverages our city's arts partnerships and ensures that the students in all of our school communities have access to a high quality and equitable arts education. We anticipate you'll have many questions throughout our report and respectfully ask you to save them until the end for our Q&A.
Our research this year has included close study of many urban arts programs around the U.S. We discovered several common themes that, as a framework, create a compelling and connected experience for students in their learning, an experience that is a catalyst for student success. Within these themes, students have voice and agency in their unique human story. They deepen their understanding of culture and community, and they engage in rigorous study and technical skill building. There's much to acknowledge here that speaks to the unique and transformative nature of the arts in the human and student experience.
This unique and transformative journey provides key points that undergird why an arts education lays the path for grounding students. For instance, it exercises the ability and willingness for students to use predictions, to cast a wide net of experiments, and to be ready to anticipate for the myriad of choices they will encounter. In this journey, student voice does not need complex oral translation, but requires keen strategy to communicate intricate ideas within a certain scope of work. And it employs creative thinking, seeing the future through one's mind's eye, and unearthing that imagination to bear fruit in real time. Elliot Eisner, one of our greatest thinkers, articulates the value of arts education as preparing students for a future they may not yet be able to see. The art teaches skills and traits that set a solid foundation despite these unknowns. Elliot's thinking continues to have striking implications for how we nurture our PPS students.
The creators of tomorrow will need us to develop pathways of learning based on these skills and traits. As educators, we all strive to create learning environments where students leave our schools feeling academically fulfilled, emotionally intelligent, civically engaged, and culturally aware. Imagine using the arts to wrap around our children as the agent for this purpose. Often it is through an art exhibit or student performance that a child learns how to collaborate, communicate, craft their voice, and critique their experience.
Next, we'd like to show you how the arts at PPS has changed over time. This interesting little bar shows you that from 1990s until 2009, there was a dedicated arts TOSA providing central office support. Before this time, visual arts materials were centralized and housed at the warehouse for teachers to access at a reduced cost. The gradual fallout of Measure 5 meant the loss of this resource, and between 2009 and 13, the Arts TOSA position was eliminated. In 2013, the Arts Education and Access Fund, or Arts Tax, passed, and PPS reestablished the TOSA position as part of a renewed effort to support the now much larger number of arts teachers in our system. This year, Superintendent Guerrero doubled our arts support by establishing a program administrator and keeping the Arts TOSA role in place. With the creation of a dedicated administrator, for the first time in its history, PPS has a visual and performing arts department. In most urban settings, this type of department is referred to as the VAPA department.
Arts teachers are part of all schools in our system. The VAPA department supports 200 educators teaching courses in dance, music, theater, and visual arts. We serve over 40,000 students through these 4 disciplines, which comprises 78% of our district's student population. Exhibiting and performing work is a central part of the arts learning process, and our students have demonstrated their skill and creativity in over 300 events in their schools and out in the community, like this evening during the 2018-19 school year.
As a small but mighty team of 2, we focus our work on 5 key priorities. We provide 2 days of targeted teacher PD for each arts discipline with breakout sessions by grade band. In the fall, for instance, our theater teachers spent a day in partnership with Artist Repertory Theater, learning new techniques for integrating student playwriting as a culturally relevant and responsive practice. They also modeled peer-to-peer learning around a problem of practice with the Helping Trios protocol. It is of supreme importance that our department create PD that is designed to support deep content-specific learning as well as a dynamic pedagogy.
Advocacy. Our advocacy is wide-ranging. One recent example is peer-to-peer learning, pairing a teacher struggling to support the social emotional needs of her students with a peer who's seasoned in just doing that. Another example is partnering with RAC to host informal opportunities for teacher collaboration and community building.
This year we began phase 1 of our Master Arts Education Plan. We call it the MAPE for short. And we are excited to share more about this work later in our report.
For partnerships, Portland has a dynamic and wide-ranging arts culture, and we in our department manage 22 active partnerships with arts organizations to bring opportunities to our teachers and our students.
Our role in the arts tax as our final priority has involvement at many levels of its structured committees and governances, such as participating in the Regional Arts and Culture Council Arts Education Committee as required by the tax. We also listen in on the Citizens Arts Tax Oversight Committee, and our Senior Director, Sarah Davis of STEAM, joins curriculum directors in 5 other districts who receive arts tax funding as part of an arts school district cadre. Finally, we analyze and assess student data from the arts tax and report out our findings to the relevant stakeholders with recommendations for next steps.
As we mentioned, we've been tasked with engaging in a 3-phase Master Arts Education planning process, and we could not be more excited to partner with our teachers and schools to, for the first time, build a vision for PPS Arts that reflects the needs and hopes of our communities. A Master Arts Education Plan is absolutely essential for an urban district of our size. And by doing this work now, we have a unique opportunity to be in response to and in tandem with the larger visioning work that PPS is engaged in. We'd like to walk you through our process. Very early in our planning process, we committed to a strategic arts education planning framework. With a 3-year timeline to take us from visioning into implementation, we knew it would be vital that we establish a process with multiple opportunities for stakeholder investment, but that would also keep us focused and moving forward. Through phase 1 this year, we've illuminated shared beliefs, begun to build a shared mission and vision, and identified assets and limitations as critical issues that impact how our system serves our students and teachers. 20 of our arts educators embarked with us on phase 1 of this plan. This is our key teacher stakeholder group. We eventually came to refer to them as the MAPers. This group consists of folks from all 4 arts disciplines, K-12 grade bands, all clusters, a diverse demographic, and a wide range of tenure. We also sought out teachers who are established school site leaders and who are rooted in equity work. By the end of May, we will have shared 5 full-day sessions with these teachers, days of blood, sweat, and tears, and a lot of laughter. It is unprecedented for our stakeholders to share arts-specific, cross-discipline professional learning, and the impact of this time cannot be overstated. Our goals for this group have been threefold. First, to build knowledge and shared understanding around the best practices in arts education as explicated by current research. Second, to learn to analyze and talk about student data and to draft recommendations based on our findings. And third, to act as ambassadors in phase 2 when we will bring many more voices from the community to the table.
We began our strategic arts education planning framework with beliefs. We asked our stakeholder group, what are your underlying beliefs about arts education and what ultimately are the purposes of arts education? Next, we grounded our group's beliefs and purposes in the most current research. Qualities of Quality, Excellence in Arts Education, coming out of Harvard's Graduate School of Education, is a multifaceted study of what constitutes excellence in the arts classroom. This 150-page tome maps out 7 key purposes and 4 lenses through which arts education are experienced, with student learning at the center. This text provided our stakeholders with a common language for talking about what we are most passionate about: students, continual learning in and through the arts. Our second key text is the National Core Arts Standards Framework. Published in 2014, its design begins as 14 anchor standards that cross over all disciplines before dialing down into artistic processes and cornerstone assessments. Finally, we return to action research. Our stakeholders studied several urban Master Arts education plans, and we designed a matrix to identify key look-fors. We use this tool to begin to evaluate both the scope and content of each plan, as well as how effective the organization of the plan communicated the work that needed to be done. Our next piece of action research illuminated some of the assets and limitations in our current system. For this, we tapped into a data source we've had access to since 2013, student data from the arts tax. We'd like to turn now to talk more about how the arts tax intersects with our work on the Master Arts Education Plan. One of the recommendations to our district from the Citizens Arts Tax Oversight Committee is to hold annual State of the Arts reports for the school board and the superintendent to review what's going well and discuss ways we can move the needle to implement the arts tax with more fidelity. We've already begun to see impact, and there's no better way to showcase that impact than to witness it with the students themselves. Tonight, we're thrilled to have George Middle School in the house. The students before you out here in the lobby are a combination of 7th and 8th graders led by their diligent director, Emmett McCutcheon. It's of note that these young musicians were in 2nd and 3rd grade when the arts tax was established and thus benefited from music classes taught by certified music teachers at their elementary schools. When they arrived at George for 6th grade, we realized we needed to reestablish an instructional music program to continue their program of study. A music program at George hasn't been in existence in full capacity in 20 years. Now these artists will have a chance to enter Roosevelt High School on a continuous path of study and be part of that amazing jazz band you heard earlier tonight. Without the help of the arts tax, these dreams may not have come to fruition, and these students would not have realized their talents. Please join me in welcoming George Middle School string students under the direction of Emmett McCutcheon.
Thank you, Emmett. Thank you, Emmett and students. We so appreciate the effort it took to get here and play for us tonight. We'd also like to thank the taxpayers for their continued support of the arts tax. Happy Tax Day, everyone.
I don't know why you guys are applauding.
We have seen how vulnerable our system can be to budget shortfalls. So having stable funding for arts education K-5 is a huge gift to our students. We have a few slides to show some key metrics and impact of the arts tax. As a reminder, the arts tax only serves our K-5 population, and the funds can only be used towards certified visual and performing arts teachers. The fund does not provide for curriculum, supplies, or infrastructure, an important thing to remember as we continue.
So here is a glimpse of K-5 arts teacher FTE by year from the inception of the arts tax through the current year. Keep in mind that FTE is dispersed as either 0.5 or 1.0 based solely on student enrollment. You'll notice in the baseline year of 2012-13, we only had 15 FTE for arts teachers serving all 57 elementary schools district-wide. The first year of the arts tax in 2013-14 transformed access to the arts by adding 50 FTE. In the years to follow, we observed that FTE continued to climb. We saw that several schools receiving FTE that first year may have only been allocated 0.5 from the tax, but once a program was established, some schools chose to match the arts tax FTE to increase a position to full-time. We infer from this that many buildings saw the power of arts classes from their students, and that created a desire to increase its impact in a school.
Here's an overview broken out by arts discipline. Our total FTE, again, K-5, is 63.1 across 57 elementary schools. The circle with the icons indicates the arts discipline schools chose as their program. Most of our schools chose visual arts or music. A small number of schools selected dance or theater. And in some cases, schools chose to split their arts tax FTE across two arts discipline to have two smaller programs. As we look forward to the future, we want to prioritize courses of study that align K-12 so that as often as possible, students have a continuous learning experience. Currently, our system has varying degrees of continuity.
But a big victory for PPS is that 44% of our entire K-12 system receives access to arts education. That's nearly half our population that is guaranteed to have classes in one of the 4 disciplines and possibly even 2. The investment of the arts tax is a huge contributor to this picture. We receive approximately $4.5 million a year to help make this access a reality. In addition, our average student-to-teacher ratio is 375 to 1, meaning that the average K-5 arts teacher sees 375 students per week in most of our schools. Pre-arts tax in 2012-13, that ratio was 1,528 students to 1.
Our district responsibilities regarding the arts tax and our IGA with the city include building K-12 sequential pathways of study. The city wants to ensure that we as a district are investing in 6-12 arts education to build on its investment of K-5 arts through the tax. For example, how are we ensuring that a student who has access to music K-5 continues to deepen their learning through access to band, choir, or orchestra in the 6th to 8th grade and on into high school? We also will highlight our baseline data on the 5th grade minutes of instruction in music and visual arts classes. This has been a perennial topic with Citizens Arts Tax Oversight Committee, and we hope to continue to collect data to ensure our system is creating equity across the district. But first, we'll start with an example of our cluster pathways data.
Every neighborhood cluster in our district offers a certain number of pathways a student might take from K through 12. In an effort to get really clear about our pathways data, we took the Lincoln cluster as an example. Notice that there are 5 possible pathways a student can take. So if I start at Ainsworth, I go to West Sylvan, and then Lincoln. If I'm at Bridal Mile, I go through West Sylvan, Lincoln, Chapman, West Sylvan, Lincoln, and Forest Park, same thing. And then you have Skyline to Lincoln, so that equals those pathways. We've animated the slide so you could follow along with student access to the arts in each of these pathways. For instance, watch the screen as a student moves in visual art instruction from Ainsworth to West Sylvan to Lincoln High School. In this example, you'll see that the students that start at Ainsworth have full access to visual arts all the way through the pathway to 12th grade. There are no other complete pathways for visual art in the Lincoln cluster. Now we'll move to watch the student experience in music. As you see, all K-5 students in the Lincoln cluster have access to music K through 12.
Now we'll take a look at the Jefferson cluster. We didn't animate these slides to save time tonight, but we wanted you to take a moment to observe the pathways K-12 by color. The light orange indicates music, the pink indicates dance, and the green indicates visual arts. You'll see that Jefferson High School offers 1 class of theater, but there's no sequential path for students leading up to that high school experience. Also, because there's no music program happening at Jefferson High School, the pathways further down the system cease at the middle school level.
Our final point of data for the arts tax is the minutes of instruction for K-5 students. We're only in the nascent stages of collecting this data, but it's worth sharing some highlights our stakeholder MAPers discovered. Like most departments in our system, we could share with you a laundry list of challenges and obstacles we continue to face, but we also want to take time to call out some bright spots from our analysis of the pathways and minutes of instruction data. These bright spots equal real wins experienced by our students every day in our schools.
Building on the pathways data from the Lincoln and Jefferson clusters you saw earlier, when we look system-wide, there are 58 possible pathways for a student in kindergarten to embark on as part of our neighborhood cluster system. Out of those 58 pathways, there are a total of 32 continuous K-12 music pathways, and there are 34 continuous visual arts pathways. 7 out of 8 of our clusters have at least 1 continuous pathway in music, and all of our clusters have at least 1 continuous pathway in visual arts. This slide also notes clusters that have a significant proportion of complete music or visual arts pathways.
In terms of minutes of instruction, in K-5 schools where there is music programming, 90% of 5th graders receive instruction all year, and 90% meet at least weekly. 77% of students receiving SPED services have access to music class 100% of the time, and 90% of students receiving ELL services have access to music class 100% of the time.
As we look at the same data for visual arts, 63% of all of our K-5 schools have a visual arts program, and 78 of these programs offer weekly access. 71% of students receiving special education services have access to visual arts 100% of the time, and 93% receiving ELL services have access to music class 100% of the time. We have yet to collect the data for dance and theater, but that will be completed and recorded before the end of this school year. We also plan to study 612 data to provide you with disaggregation of students enrolled in arts classes by race, socioeconomic status, and ethnicity.
We see a few areas to target where an investment of resources can have a major impact. First, how could we establish materials and supplies as centrally supported instructional resources? We see how the arts tax has led to equitable experiences for our K-5 students in their access to a licensed arts educator. But when funds for materials and resources are set by individual buildings, the results often creates new inequities.
Second, how can we establish curricular and instructional supports for equitable student access? We know that deep sequential arts learning is best practice. establishing an articulated scope and sequence for dance, music, theater, and visual arts connected to our national core arts standards will be a priority for ensuring that all students receive standards-based instruction with common assessments for system-wide calibration and success.
And then lastly, how could we ensure centrally defined K-12 pathways for all students? The investment that we make in building K-12 sequential arts learning must include maintaining and supporting programs already in place, establishing a clear process for how and when programs changes occur from one arts discipline to another will help define our articulated pathways of study. Next, we are going to look ahead to a glimpse of what Phase 2 and 3 will entail.
With the momentum of Phase 1 of the Master Arts Education Plan, we are enthusiastically awaiting flight on Phase 2 starting July 1st of 2019. In Phase 2, we will bring our internal process and the gained expertise from our first stakeholder group out to external stakeholders. We will draw on our partnerships with arts organizations and community-based organizations to hold external stakeholder meetings to build a shared understanding of quality arts education. Furthermore, we will gain feedback on our mission and vision and provide listening sessions with the community at large through neighborhood region meetings. Our plans do also include a few site visits to other urban districts engaged in implementing their own Master Arts Education plans so that we can study their successes and learn from their challenges. We view these processes as circles of influence, beginning in Phase 1, that extend radially from our teacher base to progressively engage more audiences as we move to Phase 2.
The circles of influences provide an image of these working progressions. Phase 1 here indicates that we are engaging with our key stakeholder teacher group at the center, building on the themes we mentioned at the beginning of our slideshow. In the next 2 months, we will be moving to the next ring of influence, which is the larger group of PPS arts educators. We will be holding several regional cluster meetings between now and the end of the year to involve the entire system of VAPA teachers in our Phase 1 MAPE and to glean insight from their perspectives. The next ring of influence from there will be the beginning of Phase 2, where we will use some members of our original key stakeholder teacher group to hold joint meetings with arts organizations, CBOs, and students and families from neighborhood schools. Once we reach Phase 3, the implementation phase, the structure of our work will shift into continuous cycles of improvement and evaluation of the MAPE. We can only make predictions of the outcomes at this stage, but we want to ensure that we have a system in place that continues to keep our key teacher stakeholder groups, art partners, and communities at the table. This will most likely take the shape of a PPS Arts Education Advisory Council that would meet monthly to analyze, monitor, and assess the fidelity of the MAPE Phase 3 implementation. Now we'd like to dream a little bit with you, and here are some traits we see in our desired future state. Our future desired state features a VAPA program of study that would offer meaningful learning, both exploratory and skill building, in the 4 disciplines of dance, music, theater, and visual art. We also imagine bringing literary arts into our portfolio of programs. Portland has a rich culture of literary arts, and including this in our district programming dovetails with the arts integration model we currently have in place in some of our K-5 schools with the Right Brain Initiative. Here you see some of the themes we called out earlier that anchor arts learning across our disciplines: scholarship, technical skill, creative process, social emotional learning, career and technical education, and social justice and citizenry.
We set a goal of consistent K-12 pathways in at least 2 disciplines in every cluster, meaning all students K-5 would be taught 2 arts disciplines. We'd also like to research the possibility of pairing dance and theater on a rotating schedule at each elementary school to tie performing arts learning to mind-body practices, social emotional learning, and early literacy interventions. We aim to add a summer arts academy to provide access for students who don't have outside opportunities to further their arts mastery, as well as adding some after-school opportunities to enrich the in-school certified arts instruction for targeted populations. Again, these types of strategies will deepen arts learning and provide a level playing field for students who can't access private instruction.
Finally, we see a powerful opportunity to create unique grade band specific learning experiences in each discipline as being a new way to engage with our larger city arts partners. In the future, for instance, every second grader might visit the Portland Art Museum to view an exhibit on contemporary Northwest art, or every fifth grader might experience a live performance with Esperanza Spalding at the Schnitzer through our partnership with PDX Jazz in the schools. This approach to learning is teeming with opportunities to de-silo academic subject matters and integrate and activate cross-curricular connections. This is a strategy that is most helpful in promoting metacognition in students. In this program of study, our students would surpass simply being an audience member. Eventually, students could pair with arts organizations through our CTE program to have internships at Portland 5 Center for the Arts and shadow the experience of union stagehands as one example. We imagine a future where every PPS student can speak to their engagement in this program of study in arts education, from the arts classroom to the citywide educational performance and partnership.
We'd like to thank the OTL team, including Senior Director of STEAM Education, Sarah Davis, Roosevelt High School Jazz Band students and Director Jason Margolis, and George Middle School String students and Director Emmett McCutcheon.
And finally, thank you for the arts teachers and arts partners in attendance today. And thank you, and thank you to the superintendent and board for the pleasure of presenting you here tonight. We appreciate your time and dedication. At this point, we'd like to open up the floor for questions from the board.
So,
the question. So I thought it was great when you got to the slide where you talked about what percentage of fifth grade students in special education or English language learners were taking arts classes, because as we all know, having a pathway doesn't mean that everyone is able to take advantage of the opportunity.
Absolutely.
So I hope that we continue to look at it through that lens.
Yes.
Is there anything you want to say about that?
That's a piece of data that we knew we wanted to find, and we were honestly a little bit nervous about what the data would tell us. And it was so great to have that metric as an indicator that we are moving forward in really making sure that our most vulnerable students have access to their full academic opportunities. So we were very heartened by that.
It's great to see. I hope it's representative. But I did have a follow-on, which is that how is it that even under the arts tax and K through 5, still only 44% of our students have access to arts programming?
That's the K-12 metric.
Oh,
So-
that's the K-12,
Yeah.
so that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
So as to follow on along with that, so it is great looking at particularly special ed and how you disaggregated that data, but do we, so obviously the next question would be, what does that look like in middle school and in high school?
Yes.
Is that hard to find? Could we get that?
No, we will be able to do that, and that's our hope in phase 2, is that we really drill down deeper into the data. We really needed to have a starting point, and it made obvious sense that the arts tax and the metrics that they need as a part of our reporting to the city was going to be a great place for us to dig deep.
Yes, and to continue looking at, all of the clusters and see where those gaps are.
Yes.
And then thinking about what are the barriers now, and it's sounding like our schedule might be a big one to consider.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I'm curious what you found about access in our, for middle grade students in our K-8 schools. Obviously, they don't have the economy of scale to have more than one discipline probably, even though we see some middle schools that don't either really. What's the state of things there?
Yeah, that's with our system transitioning quite a bit, where we've already seen some of our K-8s go to K-5. We've been able to sort of shore that up a little bit. But the K-8 schools that are going to remain K-8 schools, we want to make sure that in phase 2 we're looking at how we're going to solve that problem of the economy of scale, because we don't want students to miss out on those same experiences that their peers in another neighborhood would have. So we're going to have to be really intentional about what we use as a formula for funding those schools and their arts education.
So a couple of comments and questions. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
I had arts squashed out of me at an early age, so I got into PE. But I appreciate that for many students, this is what brings them to school every day. So thanks for the work that you do on behalf of all those students and everybody else. On the page around department priorities, the only thing I would say is it seems like it would be great to have equity in there, because I think that is probably the huge driving issue, or variability across the district, a lack of equity.
Yeah.
It's just there's 5 items listed in
Yes,
equity's not-
thank you for mentioning that, Director Brim Edwards. I know that we definitely in our approach superimpose that out over all of these, but your point is well taken that when we show this graphic, we need to be showing the very specific ways in which we're being intentional about that as we superimpose that over the top of these. Do you want to say something?
Yeah, just there have been times where we have wanted to call that out as a line item, but our fear with doing that is that it becomes then separate from part of integrated practice in all of the areas that we focus on. And so how do we show that absolutely it is the lens through which we're doing our work, but how does it show up visually in our accounting of our
Get
work?
one of your visual artists maybe to help you with that. I'm the wrong person to ask.
So we recognize that the onus is on us to find a way to do that.
So then I'm going to the pages around the Lincoln cluster and the Jefferson cluster. So I think it would be a really interesting exercise to have this for all the clusters, because I then think the fine point on equity would really be drawn. And I guess sort of another click down layer is we have how many FTEs, and I'd be interested in these aren't just art tax, these are everything.
Yes.
Correct?
It's everything.
So I think it would be illustrative, and I think especially during our budget cycle to see which ones are the art tax, which ones are foundation funded. I mean, my
Yes.
guess in the Lincoln cluster, there's a fair number that are foundation funded.
Yes.
What's general funded, but to see that data, because and then just to drill down on the point that Director Constam brought up about the middle grades or under-enrolled, under-enrolled K-8s, but under-enrolled middle schools that have just the small smaller populations of students. When I think about this, I try and use my sports analogy, because that's what kept me going. But if most students don't in high school all of a sudden decide to take up something for the first time. So if we don't, if you have missing boxes in the elementary or the middle grades, you're not going to get those rich high school programs where you've got just a large cohort of talented artists and musicians. And so really thinking about those boxes, how they become the feeder program. I know, for example, in the sports world, the PIL, at the high school level, there's wide variability in the high school sports teams. And then there was a district-wide initiative for that every middle grades, whether it's a K-8 or a middle school, to have this feeder program, and what that did to sort of supercharge the whole system. So you have kids at an early age having success, finding their passion, versus them getting to high school and I didn't have that in middle school or in my K-8, so I'm not going to try, or that's not for me. So I think it would be really an interesting exercise to look through that and where the inequities are. So I don't know if you have that, but I'd love.
Yes, we actually do. We only showed 2 because of time, but we do have the rest of the clusters that we will pass out to you so you have it. We actually use it as a tool, and we're going to continue to use it as a tool with all of the groups that we'll work in those circles of influence, because we want people to look at the data and make those connections. So we have people draw out the maps and figure out where these things are. It really helps to ground people's understanding around equity. So we will provide those for you so that you can see what those look like. In terms of our vision, we were really looking at solving this problem because we do want to have a program of study in the arts, K-12, where access is not shut because of some particular zip code. So when we dream of the future and we're looking at phase 2, we're going to really come back to you a year from now with a plan to say, here's how we want to solve these gaps. And hopefully with everybody on the same page, we'll be able to make that happen. We do struggle with school communities being able to choose their art form, and so it does create a little jagged picture. And so we'll have to be creative about how we step back a little bit and look at what that programming looks like. And let's take the guesswork out of the equation and make sure we're providing a full access to all of our students K-12.
I think that's what I appreciate about bringing transparency to all the pathways, because those gaps become obvious. And our ambitious goal is to eliminate any zeros for any of our clusters having a discipline lacking for our students. And I think when we see the cluster picture like this, to Kristen's point, it's not unusual in the history of PPS that we operate in idiosyncratic school-specific ways, and even though some schools have a greater than average allocation of arts FTEs, they've chosen to concentrate their course of study in certain disciplines over others. But I think it's important for us to have a systemic conversation around what that means when our students can't realize a sequential arts pathway, and that's what we want to tighten the loop on. And this is great timing to get underway with our arts education master planning, because we are hopeful that the biennium will allow us the resources to fill in all of these gaps.
And it is really important because, a lot of times whatever the art form is that a school has had access to or has invested in is one of the signature aspects of that school, something school communities are most proud of. And, in most cases, many if not most, it's because of a particular adult's dedication or talents or perseverance that have kept it alive, but doesn't necessarily feed into a pathway that those kids can continue and can be a beautiful thing in and of itself. But I think we have had a history of a lot of anomalies based on sort of adult decisions and placement and talent.
Yeah, and I think we want to take an additive approach here when we look at the future of this, because we don't want to be telling people you need to change your art forms. We want to actually provide a really strong base so that each school is whole in and of themselves.
Can I just follow up to that? So ultimately, is the goal to have, given that we live in a world of constraints, are we imagining that every school or every cluster will have a full pathway in one discipline or multiple?
Yeah, for our initial, dream setting, we're hoping for 2 pathways, complete pathways in every cluster, in every school. Every pathway is complete in 2 arts disciplines as a starting point. We know that if you look at our dance and theater numbers, that those reflect the nationwide trends also. And so what we're hoping with our dance and theater programs, we hope to both strengthen those programs that already exist at the high school level, connect those up with stronger programs at the middle level, and then, as we said, potentially be offering dance and theater to our K-5 students as part of a larger socio-emotional and mindfulness part of their educational experience, because we don't have the teacher base in those 2 disciplines to just correct that. We need to build the hunger for it and the capacity for it where we have our programs now, which are mostly at the upper levels.
At the state level, do they accept dance as PE?
Yes.
Can we get a twofer?
Those are exactly the kind of creative solutions that we need to look at in our middle grades redesign, because I would like us to be a little more utopian. I think 2 is an ambitious next goal, but I would love to see complete pathways in all the disciplines. Let's get there.
Here, oh, sorry, go ahead.
So and I'm not sure this is a question for you, but more sort of an overarching question. So we're in the second year of hearing about the 6 versus 7 periods in the middle schools, and I'm wondering like how that's going to be landed in terms of having a district-wide point of view and just a timeline. As I know that just the variability across the district creates what may be inequities for different students.
We're as motivated as anyone to arrive at a solution. I do think we can be innovative and creative about creating an equitable experience for a middle grader no matter what school you're in. There are ways to do it. We can dream about an 8-course week. But I think we need to bring together a task force to see how do we meet the requirements we have that are obligated to us while at the same time not stifling the experience for our students. I think there's got to be a solution. I have faith that we will arrive at it, and I think it's going to require our educators and leaders to come around so it doesn't depend on which school you go to, that we make a guarantee available to our students in the same way that we continue to talk about what is a signature practice look like in all of the content areas. You heard some examples of what that might look like in arts in the same way we've talked about it in other ways. So I do think we can be creative. I look forward to everyone's continued advocacy for funding for a whole education. I think that category will allow us, if the state proceeds in that direction, to make a major investment in this area and kill 2 birds with 1 stone, resolve our middle grades redesign work along with completing our arts pathways.
Can you talk a little bit about our Artists in Residence program, and if it's still, are we still doing Run for the Arts? Can you talk a little bit about how that might be equitably distributed, or whether the funds stay in the schools in which they're raised, and just how much of that is going on? And also, do the schools, do we have a stable of artists that we deploy out that way, or do the schools link up with the artists that they want?
There's a couple different combinations that happen in our district. I'll talk about young audiences first. We have several schools that participate in young audiences district-wide, and then we have some schools that opt to do their own arts run for their own school fund. And those funds that are raised live in an account for that school that's housed at young audiences. Schools are then able to take those monies and hire artists in residence, performances, any kind of enrichment that might be a part of it. The supplies can be a part of that. But it is up to the power of the economic machine of the school to raise that money. So some of our schools have accounts that are $75,000, and other schools in other neighborhoods have accounts that are less than $1,000. So we really see an inequity in that, and we would hope that there's a way that we could be creative about that. But we want to make sure that we do that in partnership with young audiences, and look at that as we think dynamically about how we're better serving our students through that model. We don't have residents and artists ourselves. Each school site might bring artists in on their own dime, and may infuse those kind of experiences where they may have a musical or things like that where they're hiring choreographers, but it's pretty site-based.
Thank you.
So I want to come back to our middle school issue, because I was just at a joint Scott Rigler meeting, came up. Laura Moulton was going to testify tonight on that issue. She wasn't here. I understand the initial plan was to try to add a period to middle schools that needed it to give students more opportunities, and we don't have the money to do that for this coming year. We've known that for a while. Is there a plan B? And is the issue that, and this is for our students in dual language immersion, is the issue that we're not going to let go of requiring X number of classes be in the language of the immersion program. Is this a discussion that's going to go on for another year, or where are we at in that? There's impatience out there, and I think that's valid impatience.
I think we share the impatience, and there are real constraints, and there are a whole slew of competing priorities the board is also aware of, and these have been a bridge year or two until better days. Many of the solutions have been Band-Aids for the moment to try to create some sections of access to our students. And so, I'll be interested in learning a little bit more about the Wrigler situation, and I know our teaching and learning team is preparing a summary sort of update on this topic as well. And we also set our own constraints, including the way we deploy language programming in the district. And so there are many ways to offer rich target language development, and we can insist on doing it in a particular model, or we can perhaps afford our students that opportunity in particular core classes while still not constraining them from taking an elective. So more to come on this. I don't want to see us go much longer in our district without having a solution that is a win-win for all communities. I think we all want to see the same thing happen. I think what you see is that we're rubbing two sticks together here, so to make this happen.
Is next year baked? I think people want to know. Is there anything we can do that this administration is willing to do for next year?
Well, our principals have received their site allocations. They've had to forecast scheduling for our students. I am hopeful that there are some May revisions that permit us to, perhaps do some add backs on some prioritized investments in our schools. Certainly where there's some gaps in a number of areas, not just arts, that we can begin to backfill some of those areas until we're in a new budget cycle. So this is one of those areas.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'm not sure I understood your answer, because if we're in a limited number of courses that a student can take, and the DLI is saying thou must take this many, and there's no room for music or theater or whatever the alternative is, I mean, that's to me, what I understand, again, please tell me if I'm wrong, that's where pushes come to shove.
Right, and so families might appreciate the option of perhaps, not the entire day being structured around DLI, but perhaps a core base of classes to free up that elective. For them, they may want to prioritize the balance of classes versus one program or the other. So
I think having more information from the DLA
we would need more
program.
information, and
Yeah.
particularly that specific school,
Right.
and we would have to do the analysis.
Otherwise, it's
Definitely wanna know.
awesome to see a
Yeah.
plan. I mean, when my kids started in 1994, I don't think we've ever had an arts plan, much less one that's ambitious and forward-looking. So this is tremendously exciting. And in my dream build-out, I played trombone for 3 years in middle school, and I was that was awesome.
Well played.
Yeah, but I was not. But I learned how to read music. So when I thought playing a guitar would be cool in high school, and I picked up a guitar, I could at least teach myself chords and notes. But I was pretty terrible. But in college, when I took piano lessons, starting from the beginning, I think with a lot of future elementary teachers, I knew how to read music and chords, and I actually became not a half bad piano player over time and into my adult life. So having my dream is that you kind of have the opportunity to have a second go of it within the K-12. Because right now, if you want to try something else in high school, you know, that's not going to happen. But to have sort of some 101 music or theater or something in high school would be great as well.
So for a brown girl in Southern California, the same thing. Music really was my key, and loved every bit of pretty strong program that we had there. And my bachelor's is in music therapy, which I'd love to come back to someday. So I love this. Be there with bells on my feet tomorrow night, too. Looking forward to it.
And if the only thing I had for a strand was visual arts, I was going to die.
I think with our 8 class schedule in high school, I think, and we really hear from students about how important it is to have a hands-on class and a class that really speaks to the heart. And, you know, I've known a lot of students who have dabbled. You know, it's not just about the pathway that they were introduced to in elementary school or middle school, but they may be full IB students who say, I'm going to pick up the guitar for the first time in my life when I'm 16. And it is a refuge in their day.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Okay, I think I have the solution. Bienvenido a music.
Música.
Yeah. Yeah.
We should begin to think about what we mean by literacy, music literacy, computer coding literacy. I think there's a lot of ways we can give our students an experience like that.
Okay, so I'm debating whether to give you my story of my kid in PPS and art. It is not a happy one. He did preschool, kindergarten, and first grade in Romania. Every single kid did recorder every day. By the end of first grade, he was composing. We moved back to the States. He started second grade in 2002. He never got another music class, ever.
Ever?
Ever.
Well, that's malpractice.
Yeah, needless to say, he's not composing.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean,
It's a lost opportunity.
things can
there.
happen if kids have opportunities.
Yes. One thing I'll mention that piggybacks on that is that our arts educators are artists themselves. So oftentimes they teach during the day and then they gig at night.
Right.
And what better way to be a compelling teacher than to walk into class the next day and be able to have that center of arts right at the get-go with kids, to be able to inform them of that experience. And so we continue to see the expertise of our teachers and how they continue to work on their craft, and that totally informs their instruction.
Yeah.
And if I could just add to that, that deep expertise is paired with that continual learning, that you are having direct learning yourself as a professional in your field, and that means your expertise gap doesn't alienate you from your students. You are also still learning in your arts discipline, and therefore it is easier for you to be empathetic with the students that are learning alongside you. I think that's one of the reasons why we see arts teachers so often have such a powerful connection with their students.
Yeah. In addition to that, there is a mountain of research showing the impact of arts education on kids' academic achievement.
Yeah.
So if we're all about achievement, I mean, we ought to be doing something.
Yeah.
I mean, the other, I guess my last little micro rant is, I think when you look at what's happening in Salem with the legislature and the proposals that are being talked about. I think it is notable that they are now talking in terms of a well-rounded education. This is huge. We're no longer, fixated on reading, writing, and arithmetic. And I think there's a growing recognition that we need to have well-rounded education to produce well-rounded human beings. And that's when we're going to get the outcomes that we all say we want. So I'm going to make a little pitch. Everybody who showed up tonight in support of the arts in PPS, I'm going to ask you to contact your legislator. Get those cards and letters going. We need to push the legislature to provide enough funding so that we can actually do what we've been talking about. Because if we don't have some cash, all of this is going to be pretty pictures on a PowerPoint. Okay, I'll leave it there.
You can say it, I can't.
I think it's a really important point, though, that when, fingers crossed, there are more resources, I feel like we'll be able to really go to our community with a solid plan for how we're going to have equitable arts and music programs across all our grades. And I think that will be key, because if we get the resources and there's no plan or there's no foundation, I think the public will lack confidence. We probably won't do it well. So I think we're primed for.
Yep. This is why we're doing our homework now in this lull, so that we have sequential arts education, so we have sequential CTE pathways, so we have workforce development and career lattices and PPS. I mean, I could go down the list. So our students have access to quality material and librarians and tech, and there's no shortage of wish list items, but thank you, Kristen and company, for Carolyn, for your work here. I'm excited about this growing movement of the arts and PPS.
We're ready to go.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
We hope to see you all tomorrow night.
Yes, please come tomorrow night for our show. We've got some great performances and oodles of visual art to show you, and it's going to be exciting. So we hope to see you there. Thank you.
And the gallery will be up there for how long?
2 weeks. Do you want to?
Until the 27th, and just a short plug for April 27th is the concluding day of the show, and it's also the Miller Family Free Day, so it's a day of free and open access to the entire museum. We'll be having pop-up performing arts pieces in the galleries in the museum on the hour every hour, as well as hands-on art making for anybody who wants to come in.
Great.
Cool. Thank you. Okay. So the next item is the 2017 Bond Budget Development Performance Audit. So, Superintendent Guerrero, would you? Yes. Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we have our Chief Operating Officer, Dan Young, who always comes not unaccompanied, so I'm sure they will introduce themselves.
Good evening. As you know, I'm Scott Perala. I'm the Interim Senior Director for the Office of School Modernization. Tonight we wanted to bring the findings from Soberg Evanshake Consulting. They are the auditors that we brought on board through an RFP process to conduct the performance audits for Office of School Modernization. And so they looked into the resolution that the board passed in regards to looking into the documentation that we had for the budget funding gap. So a little bit of the background, Catherine Reedy is a principal with SEC, and Leanne Liu, right? Is that right? Is one of the senior auditors, and so I'll let them introduce themselves and walk through the scope of work and how we've moved that forward.
Good evening, Chair Moore, members of the board, and Superintendent Guerrero.
My name's Kathy Brady, and this is Leanne Liu. And I apologize moving from performing arts to audits, because obviously I didn't take enough courses when I went to school, because our PowerPoint presentations are not as visually appealing as those other ones. Our firm was hired by PPS in October 2018 after a competitive procurement process to conduct the first performance audit for the 2017 bond. Over the next 4 years, there will be an audit once every year, conducted annually. You'll receive an audit report. And for this first cycle, though, this first audit cycle, we're doing it in 2 phases that I'll describe a little bit in a moment. Because it's our first time presenting in front of you, what we wanted to do is just give a brief introduction about our firm, Schoberg Eveshank Consulting. It's a mouthful. It was founded by the former state California auditor, Kurt Schoberg, and his deputy, Marianne Eveshank. And that office, I worked there with them. We performed audits similar to your Secretary of State in Oregon. So we conducted the state's financial statement audit, and we also did performance audits of a variety of school districts and departments of education and a variety of other transportation entities that really centered around a lot of capital construction, which we're looking here today at your bond, as well as a lot of other government sectors. When we started Schoberg Eveshank 20 years ago, almost 20 years ago, we've expanded on that construction experience, and we have done a lot of these similar bond works, or sometimes are funded by sales tax, to do capital construction at school districts or airports, transportation entities. So we've really expanded on that body of work that we developed with the State Auditor's Office in California. We're located in Northern California in Sacramento, and we specialize in performance audits and consulting for public sector only throughout the Western United States. The other thing I wanted to talk about was audit standards. We follow what's called generally accepted government auditing standards, known as a Yellow Book, because it's a Yellow Book, so it's aptly named. But they really provide a framework for a quality audit work, because they require certain provisions that we must follow related to competency, integrity, objectivity, and independence. So they provide a foundation for the public to have assurance in the work that we do, because we have to follow some rigorous standards. And then we have to employ sort of a structured process when we do an audit. There's many requirements to follow in the Yellow Book. There's 3 main categories: general, field work, and reporting. Those general standards really speak to the characteristics of us auditors that we have to follow. So they guide us on factors such as independence in mind and appearance. So we have to be objective and exercise our professional skepticism. They talk about the competency of the auditors that do the work. We have to get continuing education and training. And we also have to apply quality control of our own process. We have auditors come in and audit our work as well to make sure that we follow those standards. The Yellow Book fieldwork standards relate to several areas as well about properly planning and supervise the audit. But I think the most important one from an auditee's perspective relates to evidence. And it requires that we have sufficient and appropriate evidence. So sufficient that we have enough in quantity to support our findings. And appropriateness is that it's relevant, valid, and reliable. Evidence is the data, the documents, observations, analyses that we either gather or we conduct ourselves. The final Yellow Book main area is about reporting standards. They require some things like specific language we have to put in our report to say that we followed those standards. But I think the thing that's most important from an auditee's perspective is that we have to go to the people that we are auditing in the subject matter to get that perspective and put that and incorporate that into our audit report. That can be done through written response, but our firm also does that throughout the audit, where we get their perspective and make sure we try to have recommendations that are meaningful for them. So these standards are a little bit different than the other performance audits that were done in the past that followed some AICPA consulting standards. A lot of the same similarities about due professional care, planning and supervising services, and providing sufficient relevant data. But the Yellow Book standards have a certain level of rigor, and they cover more areas and are very specific in things that we must follow, specifically related to independence and quality control, evidence, audit documentation, supervision, reporting, and peer reviews. For this first performance audit of the 2017 bond, we were asked to conduct the audit in 2 phases, to give you some information tonight and then to finish our typical audit cycle. Some of it relates to, the phase 1 relates to the development of the $790 million bond estimate. And one thing we have to realize is this first year's audit cycle is extremely compressed. Typically, it's a July through June audit, about a year. Reports get done in March, at least they have in the past. So we started a little bit behind the 8 ball, started at the end of October of 2018, and had a work plan that was due in December 2018, about mid-December. With the report requested, we were supposed to be here in March, so we're close, in April. Didn't leave much time for field work. So while the phase 1 audit has gone on, and that's what we're here to talk to you about today, there is a phase 2 in process that covers some of the areas you see here on the slide. The plan is to come before you later this year to present the results of that phase 2 effort. And then for future years, hopefully we go back to this one reporting cycle. We have a little bit more time to get the work done.
Now let's get into the results of the phase 1 audit. Because we were tasked at looking at the development of the $790 million bond, audit efforts was focused on the practices, models, assumptions, and cost factors used and in place at the Office of School Modernization at the time the bond estimates were developed in late 2016 and early 2017. We looked at the 3 main cost categories: the $580 million for the school modernization, the $150 million for health and safety projects, and $60 million for the bond program costs. Although it has been less than 2 years since the bond passed, much has changed at PPS, within OSM, and in the construction industry as well, that we addressed partly in this phase 1 audit report, and will audit more and more depth in phase 2 or future audit cycles. With that in mind, we found that while there wasn't a formal replicable methodology, OSM employed a consistent process to arrive at baseline bond estimates. They ran several cost estimate drills with varying assumptions and options as would be expected, and we analyzed the most recent model dated January 19, 2017, which had most complete detail behind the assumptions used before the estimates were presented to the board on January 24, 2017. As shown on this slide, we looked first at estimates for the 4 school modernizations, as those costs comprised the majority of the bond. Internal OSM documents from January 19, 2017 estimated total costs for the 4 schools at $678 million, of which approximately $407 million, or 70% of total project costs, the blue shaded portion of the bar chart, was supported by data from a PPS hired independent cost estimator. For that January 19 estimate, we found that the cost factors and assumptions used by OSM operational staff to calculate total project costs were aligned with industry practices and market conditions at that time. But within days, that staff estimate was lowered by approximately $100 million without a documented explanation and became $580 million when it was presented to the board for approval. We could not locate records or evidence that would bridge the gap between internal OSM budget development documents from January 19 to the January 24 information presented to the board, even after PPS IT ran searches of employee computer drives for us. Because the amounts presented to the board were much lower than the January 19 model and had incomplete information supporting cost factors implied, the estimates provided by OSM executive leadership to the board were inconsistent with market conditions at that time, leading industry practices, the prior 2012 PPS bond, or comparable school districts, as shown on the next slide. As you probably know, it takes more than just nuts and bolts to build these schools. there are several cost factors that need to be estimated and calculated to arrive at total project costs. One large component are the hard costs provided by the professional cost estimator. But there are additional costs such as escalation, soft cost, contingencies that need to be estimated as well and evaluated, as shown as in orange on the previous slide. If these factors or percentages are set too low, impacts could be felt as projects progress through the various stages of planning and design, with OSM being challenged to meet those bond budgets. Also, because these percentages are applied against hard cost figures, small changes in assumptions can have larger impacts on budgets. For instance, as shown on this chart, OSM executive leadership estimated construction costs to increase at 4% when it developed the bond. But the market at that time was closer to 5% and is now in the high 6% range. Another challenge with escalation was that OSM executive leadership reduced the number of expected construction years that did not track with construction schedule duration. OSM executive leadership also used lower than market or industry guidelines for soft cost. Thus, using a lower market end escalation factor, shortening the number of construction years to calculate escalation, and using low soft cost assumptions had a role with the budget issues experienced after the bond passed. As shown on the next slide, we found there were concerns raised by OSM operational staff and external consultants, although there was no evidence of how those concerns were addressed or considered when cost factors and total estimates were reduced. For instance, for escalation, there were several concerns raised about needing estimates to tie in with project schedules, or soft costs of 13% being on the lower end of an acceptable range of 13 to 15% that could cause problems. But there was no discussion or documentation on decisions behind the rationale, as is suggested by industry leading practices. For the $150 million health and safety program, we found 30% or $45 million were supported by professional cost estimates. Although there appears to be more independent data that was available at some point, there were early assessments prepared by external consultants that identified needs to repair water quality, fire safety, asbestos, lead paint, roofs, ADA, radon, and security systems. In preparation for the 2017 bond, PPS commissioned updates to those estimates, which were completed around December 2016. However, not all external consultant estimates or reports could be located for our audit. In addition to the school capital projects and the health and safety program, there are costs that need to be set aside for those activities related to the overall delivery of the program or that are not yet specifically attributed to a specific project or component. For the 2017 bond, those program level costs were estimated at $60 million for program contingency and program management. What we found was there was no documented methodology that would allow for a replication of how that amount was calculated. Again, internal OSM staff and external consultants raised concerns that the amount was low, although there is no market factor to be used or considered for these overall program costs. Thus, assumptions often rely on historical practice or comparables. For perspective, the Beaverton School District's $680 million bond calculated $65 million for program management and contingency, compared to PPS' lower $60 million for its larger $790 million bond. In terms of data that was presented to the board, we found that additional cost information could have helped decision-making and transparency, as discussed in Section 2 of the report. As shown on this slide, at the board's January 24th, 2017 working session, OSM executive leadership presented 4 options that ranged from $745 million to $867 million. Leadership shared various documents such as Master Planning Committee guiding principles, due diligence reports, existing design graphics, and modernization options. But aside from the graphic shown on this slide, there was no data presented describing how the 4 different amounts were developed, and the board did not have many questions on budgets or cost estimates, as most questions were design related. Yet, the level of the information provided was similar to other districts we reviewed. Nevertheless, while format and content of board approval documentation was similar to peers, we believe additional data could be provided in the future, such as comparisons of cost estimates with current market condition, industry standards, or other school districts to better inform decision makers. Section 3 of the report brings us to where we are today. As shown on this slide, the estimated cost to complete the 4 schools only as of December 2018 was nearly $800 million, 37% more than the $500 million estimate when the bond passed. But despite all the challenges with how the bond budget was set in 2017, it is important to remember that fluctuations in cost estimates are typical during early planning and design phases. As scopes become more defined, needs are changing, or available funding becomes a challenge, project costs also need to be adjusted. In this case, the gap between the 2017 bond baseline estimate and current cost estimates could have had many contributing factors, such as 2017 cost assumptions being too low, as discussed earlier, but also other factors such as scope additions, schedule changing, pricing of specific materials, shortage of skilled labor, or update to ed specs that could impact cost estimates. Comprehensively identifying these factors requires significant effort reconciling line items to bid amounts, reviewing detailed specs, and other activities requiring site-specific knowledge and project familiarity. Now, OSM has been working on containing costs by commissioning updated master planning documents and exploring cost-saving options through various value engineering efforts. However, bridging the gap may also require eliminating scope or deferring projects to future bond measures. Since our scope was focused on the $790 million on how the $790 million bond was developed, conclusions drawn and recommendations were made based on practices in place during the bond development phase in December 2016 and January 2017. We understand that since then, much has changed at PPS and OSM, and we are informed that many processes and practices we recommended in this report are already in place. While we did not validate those assertions made by OSM and PPS executive leadership as part of this Phase 1 audit, future audits will verify those statements as well as review current protocols, not only for cost estimating, but all projects of the bond program to determine whether they are in line with internal standard operating procedures as well as leading practices. Before we take any questions, we would like to thank PPS and its external consultants who have greatly assisted us during this compressed time frame for the audit. Everyone was very forthcoming with our information requests and tried their best to gather data for us. With that, we would like to open it up for questions.
Thank you. Any questions?
I guess my first question is, when you, on your graphic with the bars with the orange and the blue, and which is the heart of the question about what looks like an arbitrary reduction in costs before they were presented to the citizen committee. So it looks like the hard costs were held harmless, pretty much, and that there was an inexplicable reduction to the soft costs. Is that right? Or it's hard to tell because it all just came out as an aggregate number?
Is that a question for us? Yes. Absolutely, that's what the evidence showed. We had problems with the gap between their finding out exactly what happened. The 407 number is based on the professional estimator.
The earlier
costs.
estimates on hard costs.
Yes, that came from the external estimator. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so if I understood your question.
Well, I guess the heart of my question was trying to determine whether the original estimates for hard costs were off, or whether, which it looks like they weren't really, but that
They were not?
the arbitrary reduction was really in the program costs, contingencies, soft costs.
So when we were looking at the January 19, 2017 model, the hard cost amount in there, the 407 million, tied to independent professional cost estimate numbers. When that amount was presented to the board, it was reduced by 33 million and was 374 million.
Okay.
We could not find a connection between how that 407 million was reduced to 374 million.
Thank you.
So I'm going to start with just a couple macro questions, and I don't know if these are for you, Dan, but I'm going to I'll quickly pivot to the audits. So the measure that was passed was 790 million. The current, if you take, and I know there's value in engineering and everything happening, but the current approved budgets of the 4 schools, the 150, and the program costs, what's that number? More than 9, is it 950 plus 60 million? Because I think I saw 800 million for the schools only now, then 150 for the health and safety, and then there's more for program costs?
I don't have that offhand, but I think that's generally in the ballpark, if that's.
So is it 950 plus 60 million for program costs?
Based on what information? I'm not sure if I'm following.
So I thought on the slide it said we're essentially the 4 schools are at 800 million, is what I thought I saw. And then I'm adding 150 million for the health and safety.
On this one.
So that's 950, and then I'm wondering if on top of that is the program costs.
So our overall budget now, based on what's been approved.
I think that's accurate, looking at the chart here, yes.
I'm
So
sorry,
the
you
program
said-
costs are on top of that, correct? 'Cause there's no program
So
costs
we're
in
at
here.
like 1.1 billion?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. So the gap is about 220 million.
Yes, approximately.
So the board resolution that we adopted was to look at to provide findings and recommendations relating to the causes of the budget gap. And looking at this presentation, what I think I'm seeing is half of it, or maybe you can tell me where there's more. So half would be attributed to the 100 million of change without documentation. This is a question for the auditors.
Yeah. I don't know if I would phrase it that way.
So tell me how to phrase it. 'Cause we're
think
trying to figure out
that-
what we tell the community of what's the gap.
Yes.
And
I think some of the gap was caused by the assumptions that went into the 790 were low on the market end. So if escalation's at 4%, and now it's currently, this comparison shows it probably was better at 5%, but now it's showing up at 6%. That 1% has huge repercussions on a budget because you're multiplying it as it goes up and up. So yes, that is part of the reason, because those initial, whatever went into that 790 were too low.
Insufficiently conservative.
So I guess
not conservative enough.
So maybe you could share, if you were telling the person on the street or the parent on the street, when they said, like, this was a big conversation in the community about the difference in the number from 1 billion to 790, how would you explain it based on your, it looks like a pretty thorough review of data, of why is the difference like by chunks or by different?
I think some of it depends on what you can control, right? There's certain things within PPS's control, and their control is to come up with a good estimation model based on good assumptions that are reasonable. There's not a right or wrong. Industry has standards, generally factors you should consider to put in there, and it should be in line with market. So that's what's in your control. So they developed, what came to you was a model that didn't have those assumptions that related to the market conditions at the time. So you're going to be sort of behind already because they were too conservative, or not conservative enough.
But
So
what-
that'd be part of it. So
And how
then
much would
also-
that be approximately based on your analysis?
Well, we haven't calculated a number for that, a specific, what that difference would be, because you'd have to play into model.
So I think what's tricky here is, and I'll refer back to a document that we reviewed a year ago, and I realize everyone doesn't have that. And what that did, and to Kathy's point about what is within the span of control, is an estimating model that uses a range that's within professional expertise, if you will. And so what we reviewed a year ago was basically that range, what we considered would be an acceptable range, a high end and a low end. And the comparison that's in the audit is really a comparison against a document that is at that low end, at the high risk end. So if you were to ask my personal professional opinion, we would want to be at least in the middle of that range, which would be, $900+ million. If we want to be more conservative, less risk, that end of the range with this scope of work was over $1 billion. So that's, I think, why it's hard to get to your specific question about a number, because there was no specific starting point within that range. What they did is they analyzed it against a document that they had available to them. But again, that was a high-risk, low end of the range document, if that makes sense.
So what we have is the worst of both worlds. We had cost estimates that weren't conservative enough, and then we landed in one of the hottest escalation markets in the country at the highest end. So even if the estimates had been in the middle of the range, we would still be struggling.
Certainly, even if we were in the middle of the range, going back to that specific document, yes, we would still be having some challenges, but obviously not to the same extent.
I guess I'm still not, this was an audit about the budget gap. You have 790, we have 790, and so there's a variance from the 790, and did the auditors, did you all not look at the variance between what that final document was and where we are now, and what would that, was it each segment of that, what that was attributed to?
We were tasked with looking at the development of the 790 budget. So that's what we focused on. And as part of our phase 2, we also want to look at what's going on current. Typically, that's how we would approach an audit. We look back a little bit, but we try to see what's in place now. So we have started to do that. But it changes all the time. It's not atypical for that to happen as things get more refined. When you're doing the 790 bond, it's at a global level, and you narrow it down. So if you analyze each time the budget might change, it's a lot of work involved with each thing, at each step. So there's a lot of factors to go in there. Partly it's because the estimates were too low. After the fact, what it requires is looking at specific material pricing coming in, line item bids coming in, comparing scope from what it went before you at 790 and each period of the subsequent to that, whether it's design or schematic design or construction design. It's going to change, get refined along the way. And that budget gap or the unfunded piece will change along the way too.
So, in other words, if you were looking at the $790 million that was passed, if you're looking at the cost to complete those projects maybe at the end of 2017, it might have been less than what we're looking at now, and it might be different than we're looking at that in 2 months. So it's really, if you're talking about a budget gap, that can change as projects progress from planning, design to construction. So that number can always change.
Okay, let me try it maybe a different way. So there's, on page 11, there's a headline, OSM executive leadership lowered school capital project estimates by approximately $100 million, but no explanation or rationale existed to support the reduction. So this is I think you said at one point that within a few days between January 19th and 24th, the number was lowered by $100 million. So does that mean that when you looked at the reams of documents that you went through, it looks like, that at one point it was $890, and then 5 days later it was $790, or something else? What does that headline mean?
Yes, the model that we looked at, because they do a series of budget drills coming up to an estimate, and using different assumption factors. Do they want to use a 3% or 4%? So we selected the January 19th because it was the closest to the January 24th that was presented to you, that had explanation behind those assumptions and factors used. There were other models ran. There was nothing that said this is the final one. There was just drills on there. So that was the closest that we felt to the January 24th to analyze, to dig down and see what was going on with that.
So it was one of several
Yes.
in these internal documents. And then the next thing we know, the citizen committee was presented with 790.
The board was.
The board was.
That was
Well,
to the board.
No, it was to the citizen committee was the first place that those four scenarios came forward with the amounts on them, and that's where those discussions took place. And then there was a recommendation that came out of there to the board. But what you're saying is there's no connection between those internal, variety of internal estimates and then those four scenarios that were brought forth publicly. Is that accurate, Dan?
The dates they're talking about are specific to about information that came to the board in January. I know what you're talking about, the citizen group. I don't recall specifically what information offhand went to that group, or what detailed budget information. I know that had the different scenarios and included the different numbers for the health and safety. I don't recall if it had specific numbers for the modernization projects.
It
or
had
not.
the four
I remember
scenarios,
those
which is
options,
what was
yeah.
recommended to the board. They made a recommendation to the board.
We'd have to look I think we need to look exactly what went to that group,
Yeah.
different than the board.
So you're saying there was a January 24th board meeting where it was $100 million lower than one of the closest proximity run to that board meeting was something that was $100 million more.
That had supporting documentation that was more in line with what we would expect at industry practices at that time and prior PPS 2012 bond experiences. The data that the board OSM internal staff received from the professional cost estimates came in around mid-January 2017. So that was really close to when all that information was presented to the board. So I'm not sure if there was any information provided to a citizen oversight committee prior to that or any citizen committee. It was a very compressed time frame between when they got the hard cost estimates, the 403 million, 7 million, from the independent cost estimator to when the information was presented to the board.
So one thing I'd like to add, in reference to the $100 million number, through the course of the audit, the Yellow Book requires evidentiary findings to support the numbers. And so when they're talking about the $100 million differential, that's specific to the 4 large capital projects only. There were other elements that through the course of the audit they found things where there were items such as we were a little too conservative in the program management costs for staff. We were a little too conservative with contingencies at a bond level for the district. So those now complicated and compounded on top of the 100 million. And so I don't have those numbers exactly in front of me, but so there's a element in addition to the 100 that is so it's 110, 120, where these other soft costs that are associated with either health and safety or program-wide costs that are additive to it. Does that make sense?
And they're sort of multiplicative rather than just simply additive.
Yes.
So and I think the baseline numbers, like the before numbers, were the initial master plan estimates.
Correct. Those were for hard cost only, that did not include soft costs such
Okay.
as contingency escalation.
Okay, yeah,
That were
that-
internally calculated by
That was
OSM.
my question as to how much. So then, So tracing the history of Madison, which is what I'm most familiar with, the initial estimate was, I think, 176 million for the master plan. But was that including soft cost or hard?
On the report on page 11, the hard cost from the cost estimator was 104.9 million for Madison.
Okay, so.
But
then-
that's just hard cost, construction hard cost.
Okay. So, and that's.
That was supported.
Yeah, that's one of the ongoing issues, I think, for board members and the public, is trying to, when we hear a number on a school, what exactly is included in that number, so that we're always apples to apples in that. So I think the initial total cost, and I hope that's the right term, for Madison was about 176, and then miraculously it showed up as 148 in the bond, and now we're at the budget that we voted on was 199.999. So we can sort of gauge how different, just to get a ballpark figure on some of those different factors. So now I'm not sure if that 176 or whatever that first number was that a reasonable estimate in terms of the soft costs and the escalation factors?
If you're looking at Exhibit 9 of the report on page 13, it actually breaks down the hard and soft costs between the January 19 and the January 24th board presentation for the 4 schools. So if you're looking at Madison, if we're looking just at the January 19 estimates, the 106 million, those were the hard costs developed by the independent cost estimator. OSM calculated approximately 65 million in soft cost for 171 million. What was presented to the board ultimately on January 24th was 146 million for Madison.
Was that
Total cost.
Was that 65 million initial in soft costs? Was that, in your opinion, reasonable based on the market and history?
So the
historical facts?
106 million out of the 171 million was from your professional independent cost estimator and
Yeah.
national reputable firm. The 65 million that we saw from that January 19 bond development worksheet was based on assumptions that were more in line with market conditions at that time.
Okay.
And past PPS history, 2012 bond history performance.
Now, and I believe in your presentation you said overall contingency costs were reasonable or close to reasonable?
Or program contingency?
Well, there's 2 parts. There's project as well as program contingency. For the project contingency, for using Madison as example, the 65 million did consider a reasonable contingency factor percentage,
Okay.
as well as considered the years of construction. So I don't have it on top of my head, but it was like 4 years, and that would be reasonable. When we were going to the January 24th presentation, where I went down to 51 million, it was no longer 4 years of construction that you calculated contingency on. So it was a lowered amount as well.
But can you explain that a little bit? That's a little unclear to me, the fewer years for projecting escalation, because we actually, the proposal was for longer terms of construction. So how does that work?
So if you're going to page 14 of the report, we did there's a discussion on escalation and how those should be calculated. And we were just doing a quick example using, it's a small footnote on page 13, but if you're calculating escalation at a rate of 4% and 6%, assuming a 2-year construction period, then that alone is a difference of 21.2 million. So that is just by using different escalation factors, 4 or 6%. And when you're using lesser years in calculating escalation, then that will have a greater difference as well.
And is that the years out from the current year that you're, so for, we had 2 years of planning followed by 2 years of construction, so that's
Right.
4
So
years,
if you're looking
4
at
years out from the bond.
If you're looking at the Exhibit 11 on page 16, we were showing you the years for which escalation was calculated. So for like Madison, it was initially at 4 years, but when it went to the board, it was 3.5 years, or more dramatically for Kellogg, it was 4 years reduced to 2 years. So just in calculating those costs.
So why would that be done? What would the normal practice of why something would be changed from 4 years to 2 years?
Well, sometimes when you look at it, if depending on the project specifics, if you can accelerate the costs, especially depending on what your escalation factors are, if your savings in general conditions is greater than the escalation cost, then it's advantageous to accelerate the projects. But that comes with a price tag, because you're adding additional staff, you're adding.
Considering we didn't even have a plan for Kellogg,
Well,
how can you do it in 2 years?
2 years is probably a extremely conservative, or a more liberal schedule of 2 years would be almost in a design build scenario. And so 2 years start to finish would be extremely challenging. Why it would be used for a budget model, I'm not exactly sure.
So, one last question. You pointed out that the information that time the board received was comparable to what other districts receive. So clearly, other districts might have ended up in the same boat that we did, unless they had a set of questions, unless they got better information and had a set of questions to ask. Is there any way we can, in terms of our due diligence going forward, what are the right questions? And I don't want to look backwards and say those should have been asked, but again, let's move forward from here. What if this something like this came up next week? What should we be asking? And would we know what to ask, or would we need more information in order to go, whoa, wait, what? Tell me about this.
Yes, to answer your question, there's,
and if you need to do some more thinking to get a fuller answer,
absolutely. The way we sort of look at it, because there's no standard, there's no exactly what a board needs to do. It's about your oversight in your specific area. A lot of what we focus on is what the auditee should bring forward to you, the types of information to help you make those good decisions. So where it gets challenging from an audit perspective is that we have to maintain this independence, and we have to maintain threats. It actually talks about threats to independence, and some of it is if we go too far into performing a management function. So we have to be careful the types of recommendations that we give you. We want them to be useful and meaningful, but we have to be careful not to be so prescriptive to say you need to do these things, because sometimes then we come back and audit them, and then we've blown the whole independent structure. So I hear what you're saying, and we tried to get to that in our recommendations on the type of information that PPS could provide to you. Definitely ongoing as cost actuals come in differently than budgets, which is typical. But yes, I believe that we could provide some more detailed recommendations of the type of information the board should receive to help when you're dealing with cost estimates and such, whether it's for a bond or just on an ongoing basis.
I mean, it seems to me, and you get to this in your narrative and in your recommendations, that aside from specific questions, it's about insisting upon greater transparency in the methodologies themselves, because that really wasn't there. It was fairly minimal, other than the references to generally the same practices as 2012. Well, that doesn't turn out to be the case. And 2012, looking at it from that vantage point, was being delivered on time and on budget. So seemed like a reasonable framework to continue. But it doesn't appear that it was continued. I mean, is that true?
Well, I'll submit that something, it's probably a longer answer than a couple minutes, but as the board, I submit that you're probably looking for is a process that is very clear and very transparent, and you're looking for data that is very clear, very transparent, and that has been vetted. So I think what you will see coming forward, what I would propose, is similar to the information you see now when you see the master plans and the project updates. Usually, even in the presentation material, so the high level, you'll still get an overview of the cost estimate summary from the professional cost estimator that's broken down by system and gives specific data, even square footage data. Then any markup that's added to that, whether that be contingency, escalation, insurance, whatever it is, we show exactly what that amount is and what the percentage or what the assumption is. And what that allows you or anyone else to take a look at is say, okay, does a 10% assumption seem logical here? Is that within the range of what is professionally acceptable? And that's the same type of data that would go through whatever the process is. So whatever committee that might go through, whatever professional should take a look at that to vet that information, to be that same level of detail. So you can clearly see what the assumptions are, what the data is, and be able to ask those specific questions. So I think that's the kind of information and detailed information you're going to want, with also having the full data available. If we have a professional cost estimate, that entire cost estimate will be made available as well.
And isn't that what's pretty much going on right now with the 2017 projects and the value engineering exercises?
Very
We're
similar.
seeing that for
What
each
you see
category.
That is typically what we bring forward, even at this level. And then, of course, we have data behind that. So if there's ever any questions, we can go and have a more detailed conversation, which we do on the regular. We had one 2 months ago at the BAC specific to talk about Benson, where we made the design team, the engineers, the architects, the cost estimators, we made them all available to the Bond Accountability Committee for them to ask questions and go through that level of review.
One of the other things that we've been working into the process and the methodology is one key element is that it's also, in addition to everything that Dan had said, was that it's we can basically repeat it in that through the documentation itself, an auditor could sit down and take the documents and be able to go through and work through that process and see, the same steps, understand what was done, and then be able to basically replicate the same answer in the same process, which then creates that justification, the double check, post-process of, okay, it circles back and everything lines up and ties out.
Go ahead.
I thought you were gonna wrap up, so.
No, I'm,
Then ask, go ahead. I just wanna make sure.
okay, I just want to, I want to end up where you were going, which is how do we make sure this never, ever happens ever again? Because I'm really angry about this. Okay, but let me see if I understand, a few basic things that, this was my understanding of your audit findings. Okay, first, OSM never produced an actual recommendation to be considered by anybody, right? You guys were still using work product, right? You were still working on a spreadsheet and adding numbers and putting based on assumptions and you never actually produced a formal recommendation based on your calculations. Is that correct?
The nuance there is OSM operational staff was not asked to do that. We provided information.
I'm not
we were
suggesting
never asked
you
to
right,
produce
okay.
that.
You were never asked to create a recommendation, and therefore you didn't.
Correct.
Okay. I didn't mean to suggest that you were stonewalling. That's not where I was going with that. Okay, so you had work product, you had a spreadsheet, you had a bunch of spreadsheets using different assumptions about stuff, right? And then at some point, somebody made a decision about a number. And if I understand your audit findings, we don't know who, we don't know why, we don't know how, right? This was the.
Correct.
Okay.
We have no evidence that provides any of that
We have
information.
no idea what happened. Okay. So, I mean, this is the ultimate bureaucratic black box. Only, unlike most black boxes, you know, I mean, people talk, when they talk about policy making, there's always a black box in there somewhere. Okay, in this particular case, we have no idea who inhabited that black box. Never mind what they were thinking, right? Okay. You made a very clear distinction in your audit findings between OSM staff, operational staff, and executive leadership, correct? Correct. Okay. I think that's an important distinction to make, and I think, because we're not talking about you guys. That's where I'm going with that. The guys who are currently running OSM were the guys who were raising the red flags who nobody paid attention to. Right? Okay.
Dan's much too diplomatic and polite.
Okay, so I'm going to say it. I mean, the people who are making decisions are not sitting in those chairs. They're not the ones I'm glaring at. Those are the ones I want to glare at, but they're not here. Okay. So whatever happened in this black box, basically, as far as I can tell, in terms of the school projects, every single component of something that would go into an estimate was lowballed, right?
Hard costs, not so much.
They lowballed on the hard costs, they lowballed on the soft costs, they lowballed on escalation costs, they lowballed everything, right?
Except contingency.
They were reduced from the hard costs were reduced from the professional estimators.
Right.
So they were reduced without any documented
Without any
justification.
documentation. Okay.
That we could find.
And we came up with a number that magically added up to $790 million.
Those were the options presented, yes. Option
Okay.
one.
And as far as anybody can tell, there was at that point, it was going to be extremely difficult to complete the projects within that number. Right? Okay. And
That's what the red flag that staff was making.
Right.
To leadership, even though, sorry
Right.
to interrupt your
Okay.
rant, but.
I think extremely difficult is,
I'm trying to be reasonable here. Okay, so there we are. All right, and this is what I am. So now I'm going to try to morph into, okay, that was then, this is now. So how are we going to make sure this doesn't happen again? And this is my concern. In your audit, you were saying that the board and everybody else got information that was not out of line with what was produced for the boards in other districts. Okay? I find that a little terrifying. Okay, because here's my concern. So I was thinking back, and it seems to me that, and I was an observer at this point, so, but if memory serves, we had, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, I think roughly 6 identifiable groups that should have been providing oversight on this. We had a board bond committee, we had a separate bond development committee, We had a bond stakeholders advisory committee. We had a bond accountability committee. And then finally, we had the full board.
Can I comment on that? So, the board capital bond committee didn't meet in the development stages of the bond package because we wanted to do that as a whole board. So that was all activities of the whole board. And then you said two others that I think are actually the same thing. The bond development, it was the bond stakeholders advisory committee.
Okay, well,
And then that was one. And then the bond accountability committee is a big miss that we can talk about later, which is an external entity that should have been engaged in the vetting of the cost estimates, but that wasn't part of their charter at the time, so
Well,
they weren't.
there wasn't anything
one
in
of
the-
our lessons moving forward.
Nothing in the charter that precluded that. Okay, so as far as I can tell, there was no oversight on the single most important question. In order to, I mean, there had been a decision made about the bond package, what projects were going to be included. Okay, lots of discussion about, well, some discussion about that. Okay, there was no discussion about how much is it actually going to cost, and there was no visibility on how that number was arrived at. Correct?
All we
As
saw
far
was
as
the
you-
information, yes,
as
was
far
very
as you can
limited.
tell. Okay.
And I would say that what was presented was cost per square foot information for the proposed projects relative to what the cost per square foot had been to the 2012 projects without a lot of discussion or justification for the different climate that we might be operating in and what should the soft costs be and all that. It was just, this is what it costs to deliver Franklin and Roosevelt on a cost per square foot basis. This is how we're extrapolating in this
Okay.
next phase.
And that was clearly inadequate.
Yeah.
So, okay, so, you know, here's a $64,000 question. What processes need to be in place to ensure, when we talk about planning for the 2020 bond, what processes need to be in place to ensure that decisions are based on reliable cost estimations and the bond package is actually feasible? And how should the board structure its role in bond development to perform appropriate oversight and ensure good policymaking? That's
the question.
That's the bottom line. How do we make sure this doesn't happen again? Because what you're saying is that this board, or that board, the board at the time, got the same kind of information that other boards get. That is not comforting to me. So, how do we make sure this doesn't happen again?
Well, it starts with having the right model in place that they are considering to have all those inputs, and they're based on something. They're based on a professional cost estimate. They're based on historic practice. Could be based on comparables because there's not one number that's going to work. And then they should provide that information to you with some detail, not just a cost per square foot or not just a one item that's going to cost, $100 million. And then you as a board, if you get that information, might say, I need more detail.
Mm-hmm.
What
Okay,
are the components that make that up?
Okay, here's the reality. I don't know about construction costs, I mean, that's not what I do. I need some process, I need to figure out how can I perform due diligence when I am not an expert in this.
I submit what you might want is to break it down into pieces. You just mentioned, I think, the right word for the first word. What's the process? So first, have staff identify, recommend a process, and then also identify who the people you think who can help make those decisions, if it's the Bond Accountability Committee or otherwise, to one, take a look at the process. Is that logical? Okay, that's step one. Now let's take a look at what that estimating model or template might look like. Okay, that's step two. Then, once you've cleared those hurdles, you're now down into the details. You're further down the line. So when that information comes, you're getting it, that's been vetted, you're getting the right amount of detail, and you understand that the template format, the model that it's in, is the appropriate model. So I think by breaking it down into those pieces might give you that level of confidence that you need, that you're getting the right information when it comes to it.
And it sounds like we have major pieces of that in place, at least, to get those first master plan estimates, which were reasonable ballparks. And I don't know if the board got got a presentation on those with some detail. It sounds like no, they just got just a total number per school.
There was some information provided on maybe some of the design elements, but the numbers were just
It was
construction.
just the hard costs like you have
And
here.
then a total, yeah.
So I almost forgot my question.
Sorry.
It's theater tonight. So I want to go back and first I'm going to correct that Director Anthony corrected me. It's 1.01 billion, not 1.1 billion. So just to be correct, although it's still a very big differential. So I think every one of us wants to be able to tell the community this will never ever happen again. But I don't think that we yet have the data, because I don't have a clear understanding from this. And maybe that's the limitation of the scope of the audit, but I don't have a clear understanding of how I would tell my mom or my next door neighbor what this difference is, the components of it. So if it's not $180 million in cost estimation differences, then what is it? And how are we going to get to that? And I guess this question, I talked to Claire about this earlier. I don't know.
I posed that question to Claire.
I talked to Claire the other day at the audit committee to ask that question is, so if this is just one piece, what are the other pieces? Because I don't think we can tell the community this is never going to happen again if we still can't explain the delta between 790 and 1.01.
Can I add?
I guess I want to, like, how do we get to that answer? Do we need phase 2 of the audit? Because I thought this was what we were going to get tonight, but I'm still not finding the answer to tell my mom, my next door neighbor.
We might need to put some thought into that, but because I think there's more than one way to tackle that question, because it's very nuanced. It seems very simple, but it's actually very nuanced. So I'll go back. Let's say we talk about the document that we saw of April of last year that had that range. And if you're going to measure against something that's pre-bond, you need to pick a number in there, if you will. So let's say just for the sake of argument, we picked the high end of the range, which is the most conservative. That's over $1 billion. That would be your answer right there. Done. It was estimating. But that's not really it. You probably would pick something in the middle. So if we pick the middle and wanted to measure against that, some would be cost estimating, some would be additional scope, some would be just more escalation than anyone really anticipated at that point in time, and some other factors that they're not mutually exclusive. So there would have to be some assumptions in there, no matter which way you took a look at it.
I think it's going to be very difficult to go out for the next bond unless we can explain it. And sometimes a very complex project needs to be distilled down into something that voters can understand, because that is the question we're going to be asked. And I say, if this just tells part of the story, then we need to figure out how we get the other story, and then to take that complex answer and make it understandable. Because otherwise, I think there will be the continuing question of why is there the difference between 1.01 billion and 700 and what the voters approved. And I do think the board did the right thing by not reducing the ed specs and making them less of what we told the community. But I also think we need to, but we told the community they're going to get those schools, which is the important thing that I think we're delivering. But we're delivering them for a lot more money, and that question hasn't been answered. Going forward, I think we need to answer that in order to be able to get to Director Moore's, how did we have this never happen again? Because if there's all these components, we need to tease out them, disaggregate the components and tackle them one by one.
I can I just piggyback on that for 1 second?
I'm almost done. And then I had just 2 questions. Did you interview any former OSM staff? It looks like it's just current.
No, we did not have access to them.
Okay. And then there's a statement in here that said, and this is one of the components, but that 70% of the school capital project costs were supported by underlining independent professional estimates. What would be best practice? I mean, what should we as a board expect? To Director Moore's question is 85% like about what you get, or is it should 100% of it should be documented? We got 70. What should we going forward? What should we insist upon as the standard?
Well, if the 70% relates to the hard cost of a project. So if you're talking about a project, you would go out for a professional cost estimator, and so you would expect that full amount to be supported.
So 100%.
Sure. For your $150 million for capital projects for the improvement, you would want all of that supported. And there looks like there was data there. It wasn't all available to us during our audit. For the program-wide costs, those aren't going to have a professional estimator can't come in and say, this is the number, because it's a range, how you're staffing it for your specific project. What do you expect contingency to be? There might be some market you could do on that, but for the program-wide cost, it's a little bit different, so you wouldn't have a professional cost estimator come in and say 100% of those costs are accurate.
So part of what I wanted to piggyback on with you, Julia, is just the wanting to dig deeper into those other discrete elements of cost overruns. And I think this is work that's in the works, because I've made this request a couple of times. But so I appreciate, Dan, what you're saying about we can't put an exact number on, the double whammy of insufficiently conservative estimates and extraordinarily high escalation. We can, is it 100 million or what? But those other elements are things that are actually, we probably can put a number on, and we still have the ability to control to some degree. So scope additions, schedule changes, how we do our contracting relative to conditions of the labor market, changes to the ed specs, design and permitting requirements. Some of those things we still have an opportunity to influence. So I would like to see how do each of those things line up in terms of all of those other additional costs. Because we are going to have to make a pitch for subsequent bonds. My commitment as a parent volunteer is we have 30 years of investment to make in our schools. And I believe the reason that this community passed the 2017 bond is because the 2012 bond was delivered on time and on budget with strong management. And that's the only way we're going to be able to do it, is if we earn and maintain the voters' trust. So we're in the hole here, but the more we can show that we're establishing best practices and that we have figured out what all the constituent parts are of this problem, that's how we move forward. And I'm not convinced that we have done everything we can do to figure out where all these costs are, and that we can't keep improving on chipping away at them.
Yeah, I think that's fair, and OSM is still in the process of doing a lot of things. The OSM spends a lot of time making sure that the designs are very efficient, doing structured value engineering exercises, getting peer reviews from other engineers, also having third-party contractors come take a look at the work that's going on by our design teams and our contractors that are already on board, a number of different things. And we also have a professional cost estimate right now, taking a look, comparing our costs to other local district costs, our costs to the market in a whole, and actually comparing some of our current projects to our recent projects, just so it can give us more data on where are these cost increases and what are they attributed to. No matter what, there will be some assumptions in there, and I think we just need to be clear that there are assumptions, because we can't tease out everything to that level of detail. But I think we can put work in and say, this is what is reasonable that caused these changes, in our opinion.
Yeah, thank you.
So, this happens to me in my job, where I say, well, here's some data. You can say X, but you really can't say Y because in my case, it's Y because, this is survey data and there's a plus or minus, so you can't say that something significantly changed even though the number is different. So I tell people, it's not valid to say that. They get the numbers. They're going to say whatever they need to get the grant money. Right? And in your case, we're asking questions, and you're going to say, well, we can't say that, and there's really good reasons why you can't say that as professionals. As a non-professional, I'm going to look and say, well, roughly 100 million of the gap is because it got lowballed for no good reason. No rationale for that, and we can speculate about what the reasons might have been, but it's pure speculation. And we don't know specifically who was engaged in that except to say previous leadership. We can say a number of things that Director Moore spelled out in terms of 3 different groups looked at it and did not ask the questions, and yet that isn't really, unfortunately, it seems to be comparable to what the process that other districts go through. And then we can say, well, beyond that 100 million, the escalation it's crazy right now. We've valued engineered like crazy, and it's still costing more than those initial estimates that were actually, reasonably good estimates in terms of following what was going on. So, I think we can roughly split the difference that way and say it's complicated. A lot of that extra 100 million or so is due to escalation. Some of it may be to some increases in the ed specs, but I would guess that that's a fairly small portion of it. But
Some of it is a change in requirements from the city. Probably
Yeah.
not a huge amount, but,
Yeah. And-
Not
million
insignificant.
here, million there, pretty
And-
soon you're talking real money.
And some of it is you actually dig into a project and you go, it's the void under the Madison Gym or whatever, or you find stuff, and there's no way you can reasonably anticipate it because it's very site specific. So, I think that's as close as we can get to a story, and it explains much, but it also, there's going to be some questions that aren't going to be answered.
I think it's a story that needs to be linked or anchored to
Yeah.
the audit findings.
Yes.
As much as possible, and whether if this is just phase 1, the other piece as well, because I think that's an important piece of independent credibility. I think you had a good narrative going there. It just needs to be linked back to
So that narrative plus
data.
all the processes we're doing now that Dan alluded to, a number of them, and a number of them are in your report. And step 3 is your next phase, confirmation that we're actually doing those, and they are making a difference.
Because you have a continuing audit function. Yes.
Yeah. So were we not having an auditing function during this time span?
There was a what was the time?
Yes,
There
there
was
was
a
the
performance audit on the bond.
Yeah, they follow different standards, the consulting services standards, but yes, you had 4 other audits for the 2012 bond.
Oh,
So I don't know
okay.
all their scopes.
But
But
Nothing to
So,
audit
As
before.
far as I know, there was no auditing function related to the
there's
development of
no-
the 2017
There's no
bond, right?
independent outside voice that looked at those numbers and said yay or nay or, okay.
None that I know of.
And that's where we come back around to the BAC.
BAC, right.
And
Okay,
if not the BAC, what?
I'm gonna I'm going to
Thank you very much.
call the question, I think, at this point. So I'm a little calmer now than I was 10 minutes ago, so sorry. I take a little, I mean, for whatever it's worth, I take a little personal comfort in the fact that a lot of the people who raised the red flags way back when that were not paid attention to are now running the show. So thank you for your service. Anyway, okay, so thank you for the audit, and I'm sure we'll be talking more. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next item, interdistrict transfers. Last week, the board received a report on interdistrict transfers and are ready to vote. The board will now consider resolution number 5869, 2019-20 standard interdistrict student transfers. Do I have a motion and a second on resolution number 5869?
Second.
Director Bailey moves, Director Constamp seconds the adoption of resolution 5869. Ms. Houston, is there any public comment? Okay, is there any board discussion?
So I would just note that we all received a public comment in our email. So
You did?
It just got sent through, but it came through at 10:52 from Natalie Hovell.
Okay.
Like, yes. So just want to flag
Okay.
that.
Is there, I did not see that. Is there anything that we ought to be concerned about? And anything that,
Would you like me just to summarize?
Yes, please.
Thank you. It relates to somebody else see this so they can summarize it. Sorry, it's longer. Okay, unless PPS is going to offer gifted programming for students to rate and level, least they can do is allow them to escape. It's bad enough that access is now capped, but there is no gifted high school options in Portland. Rather than expand opportunity, that there's obstacles, and the request is for PPS to open the interdistrict transfer options. Did I summarize that?
I think basically the opinion that we're going backwards in terms of math and science in terms of the requirements for, say, freshman science feels like a do-over rather than students being able to work at their rate and level. I'm saying that's what's expressed in
okay,
the letter.
so this is a comment asking for the ability to do interdistrict transfer.
Yeah, transfer out.
Okay.
For talented and gifted because of the lack of rate and level
Okay.
options. I do have one, can I just ask one question that I
Yep.
didn't ask last week? And I don't know if this is Judy, but how do we define as space is available? Is that a, like, 90% of building utilization? Because I see that as being potentially a subjective, but maybe it's not, maybe it's a.
Good evening. It is a subjective measure, certainly not as scientific as we'd like it to be. One of the reasons that we do interdistrict transfer processes after we handle all of our PPS lottery and the majority of our PPS petitions is we know whether we've been able to, through working with principals, accommodate PPS students before we can know if there's going to be space for non-resident students. But essentially, we work with principals by grade level to see if there's space in that grade level for additional students.
So for example, we wouldn't allow students into Franklin, which is over 1,900, or Lincoln that's full, I mean, is that the case? I mean, when they're over their capacity, the answer is no.
Yeah, if we're not allowing resident students to transfer in, we're definitely not allowing non-resident students to transfer in.
Thanks. That's not that subjective.
Okay, any other discussion? The board will now vote on resolution number 5869. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
All opposed, say no. Any abstentions? Resolution number 5869 is approved by a vote of 7-0. 7-0. Okay, next item. Second reading and adoption, compulsory enrollment, age and grade level at entrance. The board held a first reading of the proposed policy revision at the February 26, 2019 meeting. I'd like to ask Director Brim Edwards, Chair of the Policy and Governance Committee, to provide a brief background on the subject.
Thank you, Chair Moore. This is a policy revision that was brought to us at the request of the Enrollment and Transfer Department. The objective of changing the policy is to be able to provide greater clarity and guidance to schools, and to have more consistent practice across our schools in relation to age at grade level at entrance. And this is something that we set the calendar day for admission for preschool, pre-kindergarten, and kindergarten. The date is September 1st, and we had several committee meetings about this. I want to thank Director Anthony. There was a community discussion, I think, and some input and questions about the policy relating to this. Most of them revolved around the age of entry of kindergarten, because apparently that is the topic of the discussion of whether we're getting too many kids who are starting early as 4-year-olds, or the number of students who are being held back. And actually, we have some very useful data, and I think this is probably on the district website, about what age our students start kindergarten. And actually, the vast majority, 94.6%, start sort of right on track. I think the assumption was a lot of kids are starting early or being held back, but the reality is the vast majority are starting right when they should. So that was, I think, good information to dispel, I think, what might have been some community sort of myth building about what's happening. We recommended that out of committee on a 4-0 vote, and hope that the board will approve it this evening, so that the Enrollment Transfer Office can start using it immediately.
So when we do get a built-out systems department, maybe that's a question that we can ask, is our early kindergarten enrollees, what's their success moving forward, if that's a concern.
It's interesting, there's only 22 of them out of almost 4,000 that start at 4.
Right.
Okay, so that's, so you said 90.
Because there's 188 that start at 6.
Oh, okay.
So most of the kids are overs versus
Gotcha.
unders.
Okay.
Totally breaks down on socioeconomic lines. If you look at those schools, if you don't have any childcare, you're
And-
going to send your kid to kindergarten. Right? You want to keep them.
Right,
It still may be worth it.
okay.
Mhm.
And there is a gender difference, by the way. Okay, the board will now consider resolution number 5870, amendment of age at entrance policy 4.10.020, and rescission of early school entrance policy 4.10.032. Do I have a motion and a second on resolution number 5870?
Second.
Director Esparza-Brown moves, Director Bailey seconds the adoption of resolution 5870. Is there any public comment? Okay, is there any board discussion? Okay, the board will now vote on Resolution 5870. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 All opposed, say no. Any abstentions? Resolution 5870 is approved by a vote of 7-0. Okay, first readings and information. I'd like to ask Director Brim Edwards, Chair of the Board's Policy and Governance Committee, to introduce the first readings of, or the first reading of the revised public contracting rules.
I know this is the one that everybody's been waiting for all night. Actually, this started in Policy and Governance and then moved to the Audit Committee. And essentially, in your board packets, there is a very detailed red line document that relates to the public contracting rules. And it seems somewhat odd that we'd be approving this, but we treat them like policy, so there'll be a first and second reading. And I am going to ask Emily Courtnidge to come and give just a very brief summary. These have been in the works since 2018, and some of the changes are to align with statutory changes, and
Right.
maybe just the highlights.
Sure. So our last revision of the public contracting rules was in March 2016, and we do need to revise them periodically, in part to keep up with our state statutes and the Attorney General model rules, of which our rules are based on. So there have been a number of changes since then, including the requirement that when we spend federal money, we adhere to the federal procurement rules. We've been doing that since we were required to on July 1st of 2018, but those rules are not reflected in our public contracting manual. So that's one of the big things that we need to do. We also have some new additional model rule changes that we're incorporating. And then we're doing some cleanup, because there's always some errors, or last time we removed a rule, there's a cross-reference in there that we didn't catch. So a few things like that. And then we're doing a couple of new substantive things. Some amendments to the personal services direct negotiation rules that would allow direct negotiation in a few unique circumstances. One is with interim staff or temporary staffing services, just because those are usually urgent staffing scenarios where we can't afford the time for a competitive process. If we could probably do a competitive hiring in the same time period. And oftentimes there's a need for individuals to fill that role with a very specific skill set. Another is provision of therapeutic placements for students on IEPs. Those are also very unique to the students' needs and not well suited to competition. And then as well, contracts for legal services. Legal services often need immediate attention, and they require lawyers with a very specific skill set and specific expertise. So those are the new personal service rules that we're recommending. We are also recommending some modifications to the special class procurements. Those are rules that allow us to procure directly certain services instead of using a standard competitive process. So one of the new rules we're recommending is for specialized assistive equipment for students. Usually that's purchased through Columbia Regional, but we're talking about orthopedic equipment, equipment for students who are hearing or vision impaired. And those are, again, very specific needs, often customized, not well suited to a competitive process. And then finally, service, repair, or maintenance services for products under warranty. Usually if you don't go with a service provider, you're going to breach your warranty. And then other times there's a proprietary system where you really have to use the authorized dealer or manufacturer. So those are kind of variations on a sole source scenario, but by creating specific special class procurements, we avoid the sole source paperwork and justification process. Finally, there's two more things. We're recommending removal of the informal RFP process for Division 48, that's architecture, engineering, and related services. The informal RFP is so much like a formal RFP that we're suggesting we just go with formal. So any work over $100,000, we'll just do a formal RFP. And then we are recommending removal of an amendment cap that we imposed in 2016, and that is fairly unique to PPS. That cap provided that unless certain circumstances were met, we couldn't amend above 125% of cumulative contract value. I'm recommending that we remove that for our services, construction, architecture, engineering, and related services. Largely because of our old buildings, there are so many unforeseen circumstances that so often our contracts do need to be amended above 125%. What we're suggesting, and this was an audit committee suggestion, is that we include a reporting requirement to the board, not an approval process, but a reporting requirement, where when we go above that 125 threshold, we will immediately report at the next meeting the list of the contracts that did that. And then again, if they go above 150% of original value. So that is the very quick and dirty summary of these changes.
I admit I haven't read the proposed changes, but thank you for sending that out. But now I have some areas I can at least drill down into. So, and one of the things I would ask myself as I would look at the personal service contract changes for, say, legal services, are there some hoops to jump through to, you have to meet these 3 conditions before you can skip the competitive process for those?
So with legal services, those are already directly procured without a competitive process in almost every case. And we rely on a more general direct negotiation exception that requires the hoop in processes requires a short write-up about justifying why it fits as this unique and specialized service that is not conducive to competition. So what we're doing here is just making an exception that recognizes our reality and reduces some of that paperwork. It's not going to change the way that we are currently procuring legal services.
So I'm thinking back to when we had the same main service provider for legal for a long time, and that never really got audited in that sense. I'm just, is this piece of things subject to some kind of audit?
So maybe I can try for an answer on
Yes.
that. One of the things, these are really the procurement rules, and I think there's a separate body of work, and that's around sort of oversight and approval. So this is really sort of the inputs, and I think we've got a really good, a strong process that when it's been looked at, that the sort of input process is very strong, is where we tend to have sort of inconsistencies is either board oversight or the contract manager not creating strong metrics, or the board not asking questions, or so it's not on the front end, which these are. Am I getting this right?
Yeah, that's right. These rules are concerned with the procurement process and not how contracts are managed. So we're really looking at with legal services contracts that doing an RFP when you have an urgent legal issue is not really a viable way to procure those services. So the real issue with legal services is then how do we manage those contracts and make sure that they're performing as required. And I know Liz has done a lot of work on that, and I if she were here tonight, I know she would speak in support of this change as she has in committees as well.
So I guess kind of what I'm looking at, I'm going to give a silly example of if we kept buying these from the same provider for years through some kind of clause that didn't allow for or allowed us to not to use a competitive bid, and after 15 years of doing that, Office Depot hires you as their, we want to avoid that kind of thing happening.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm asking about.
That really gets, again, to the management piece.
Well, but it's also who decides that we're buying these.
Right.
and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to implicate Office Depot. Wonderful company, I go there all the time. That's more on the front end of deciding who we go with, and we want to make sure that there's no opportunity for any kind of coziness.
I know in the last 2 years that Liz has definitely diversified our legal services a great deal by reaching out to a number of different providers.
And we're doing more contract bidding.
Do you want to speak in the microphone?
Sorry. We're also engaged in more bidding practices to help diversify our legal team, outside legal team.
We'll have 21 days after you read through it, and if you have additional, if you have additional questions, definitely let's put them in, because those are good questions that we want to answer. It's a very technical document, but those are great questions.
Hardly wait.
You have 21 days.
It is actually a very clean red line and quite readable. And do not be dismayed by the apparent volume. It's pretty slim set of changes.
And it came out of committee with a 3-0 recommendation to approve it for a first reading.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The proposed policy amendments will be posted on the board website, and the public comment period is 21 days, with the last day to comment being May 6, 2019. The board will hold the second reading of the policy at the May 14th meeting. Okay. Next item, quarterly report, Whitehurst implementation plan. I'm going to ask Stephanie Soden, Chief of Staff, to provide the report.
Good evening. I was just trying to pull up my notes. Stephanie Soden, Chief of Staff. I'm here today before you, along with members of the implementation team, to provide our 4th quarterly update to the board. This is our progress on the implementation of the recommendations around student safety resulting from the Whitehurst investigation. So as you know, last May you received that report. And we've been working as a cross-functional team on a variety of strategies to achieve the 16 recommendations outlined in that report that you received last May. And in general, they're categorized into 4 groups around training for staff, contractors, volunteers, anyone who's around our students, incident tracking, reporting, and response protocols, investigatory practices and outcomes, and then strengthen laws and policies. So today, so we go through in our report that's posted, we go through each of the 16 recommendations and where we are not yet finished, but we have a timeline. We have shared with you progress where we are as of today. So I just wanted to briefly touch on a few areas and then open it up for questions if you have any. So training, like I mentioned, is a huge priority, and it's since this came about, it's been our #1 priority. So I just want to remind you that while you have a training matrix that explains different employee groups and the type and depth of training, I just want to remind you all that all employees at PPS have to go through child abuse and sexual misconduct training every year. So that's, I don't know if that's indicated on that chart, but we all go through really good training. It's online, it's required, and it tells us not only how to recognize and identify problem behavior, but what to do, who to report it to. So you have a detailed matrix of different employee groups who have received the protocol training and incident response. So that's the sexual incident response coordination and the adult sexual misconduct response, ASMR. And so right now you see certain groups haven't gone through that. That's because we are not going to ask some groups to actually even go through that protocol training. We know that every school building, for example, you'll see on there it doesn't have teachers going through there, and Chair Moore asked me about this today. We don't expect teachers to go through that protocol training, but we expect them to go to the training everyone goes through and know how to recognize and identify problem behavior and then report it to their school compliance officer, which is most likely the principal or administrative staff at the building. What's really enhanced our training? Oh, I'm sorry, do you have a question?
Well, I just want to make sure so the training that we're talking about on this, on this matrix thing?
Yes.
This is focused on like administrative procedures to deal with any reported or potential incidents.
You'll see there's full CERC and ASMR, sorry to speak in acronyms, and limited trainings for both of those. And yes, you received full training in both of those. The entire board and senior leadership team did in December. That's more than we've identified some employee groups to have to go through. What they need to know is what to recognize, how to identify it, and where it goes. And then there's a lot of responsibility on who they send it to follow up.
So
obviously.
this is the training for who they send it to?
Yes.
Okay, but everybody in the district
Yes.
who has direct contact with students in any capacity is going to get full training in what you're not supposed to do.
Sexual
And how to
misconduct training.
recognize when-
child abuse.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
So we expect employees to go through that every year, is that correct? Will we get the online training?
Yes.
Yes.
We're going to be developing that.
Okay.
So adding to our capacity around training, I don't know, I think since the last time we were before you, we have welcomed Alex Call. He is our Sexual Incident Response Coordinator, or CERC coordinator, which is kind of repetitive. He reports to the Office of Student Support Services team and works directly with the threat assessment and rapid response teams under Chief of Student Support Services, Brenda Martinek. So he is also building out the training. They've also done some evaluations of how training have gone, and they'll continue to revise how those get rolled out. And we are currently working on training for contractors and volunteers. So the next big item is incident tracking and reporting. We put together, in response to the recommendations, an interim process, but we have now selected Origami Risk Software to be our third-party vendor to track and report all incidents. So it'll be legal cases, it will be cases that fall under this area. Liz Large and Mary Kane are the leads on that. We anticipate that to be online by the end of the fiscal year, by June 30th, and then training to follow that. We are also related to softwares. We are also talking to several vendors, Jonathan Garcia and Chief Technology Officer Don Wolf are leading a team that's looking at software for to better link up our volunteer database in schools to our security team and other teams here. So we got an initial presentation on that. We will have more information for you at our next meeting on that, our next briefing. And then I would say probably the last most prominent category we've been reporting on and working on is legislation at the state level. You got a pretty recent update on Friday from Courtney Westling, our Director of Government Relations. In essence, there were 3 bills. They've been combined into one, Senate Bill 155, and it manages, it addresses the sexual conduct definition, shorter TSPC timelines, and alignment with Every Student Succeeds Act, among other technical changes that are necessary. And she is here if you have any questions about that, or if you have questions about any other area.
Just that there's an issue on here relative to the contract, and those negotiations and discussions get underway through interest-based bargaining week after next.
Yes, thank you, yep.
Or I guess next week. No, week after next, yeah, the 29th.
Couple questions.
I do want to point out, I'm sorry, you have a different hard copy version. We noticed this morning there was an error. I'm sorry, I've meant to mention this at the top. On recommendation number 14, the administrative directive. Okay, it's been a long day. The AD has been revised and implemented. So I think this is old language that we didn't catch when it hadn't yet been finished and completed.
Great, making progress.
So, go ahead.
Oh,
No.
okay. Thank you. I think mine is pretty quick. I did want to relay a concern I heard from a constituent today about issue number 15, requiring employees to check with the HR department before giving a reference for another employee. It might be good to look at how other organizations handle that issue. I don't know if we've done that or not. I certainly understand the history and the need, but will a negative answer stigmatize employees if we are, in some sense, outing past history to their colleagues? If we have a...
I'm going to welcome Sharon Reese up here.
Good evening. So your question is, does it stigmatize employees if you,
If the HR department says no, and it's to colleagues, other teacher colleagues in the district, as opposed to, say, a principal as a single point of contact.
Right.
Especially given the climate in which we are making these recommendations.
Right. This is a really challenging recommendation because there are multiple scenarios that we have to make a determination about what position does the district want to take. So we are working through a series of recommendations and thinking through what are the intentions and the unintended consequences that might result from a policy decision or approach that is applied in, right, one approach is not necessarily going to apply to every single situation. So do we restrict other teachers, for example, from speaking about colleagues or former colleagues, and can we do that? Versus can we restrict references or other discussions or opinions by leaders in the district, like principals. This is something that other organizations do struggle with. Neutral reference policies, for example, is something that the private sector and the public sector both struggle with. Yeah, so we are looking at a series of options about how do we wrestle those questions to the ground.
Great, good, thank you. I think it does probably need a nuanced approach.
Yes,
Good.
I agree.
So a couple questions. Thanks for the update. I assume on number 2 that new admins, administrators, when they join in August, are just there's some now cycle where as people join, they automatically get the training, so that if you weren't here when the training first started, you get it. Is there some process for that?
So my understanding is the in-depth training that the administrators received this year will be ongoing at the prior to school starting, the administrative leadership week-long training. That's the plan, is to always have it part of that before school
So every
starts.
administrator,
Just as a matter of practice, this among other, a whole laundry list of things that every administrator needs to review and show evidence of completion for. In addition, we bring back our new principals and school leaders back a day early during the Leadership Institute week so that they get a dedicated day to review some of these same expectations.
The training is also designed not to have a single point of failure in any building, right? So we have a school compliance officer as well as administrators trained. So hopefully there's more than one human being in each building who understands this, so that it is not entirely reliant on the training. There's some carryover with personnel carryover.
But in general, sounds like when school starts, a new administrator will have gone through this. Then on number 9, I think maybe either I have a trailing copy, but it's talking about the improved sexual conduct prevention and identification training provided to PBS students, and it says a contract is currently under negotiation for student-to-student training in all schools through the 2018-19 school year. Is that?
Is that under Brenda Martinick's
That was
purview?
under Brenda Martinick.
Yes.
And
So do we
believe
have a
that's been
contract for
pulled.
this school year?
No,
So that's in,
it was.
I apologize, I don't have
I don't
the
know either.
specifics
Sorry.
information about that contract negotiation.
My understanding, it was paused, and I don't have information now as to why that it was paused, but we can get back to you with that information.
great, it'd just be good, because it looks like it's either old data or
Right.
it needs to be updated. Thanks.
Let us ask Brenda and get back to you all on
Yes.
that. Thank you.
Then I have one other timeline, or 2 timeline questions. On number 8, maybe you covered this and I missed it, but why did the deadline for sexual conduct prevention and identification training for volunteers and contractors slip? It was originally supposed to be completed by 12/31/18. Now it's 8/28.
So we created we have in place now a volunteer training program that's on the website, and I think we've talked about that before. What we didn't recognize was how difficult it would be to capture the number of contractors and whether and how they are, if they are interacting with students. So we have, I think when we asked to collate the data, it was 15,000 contracts. And so from that, we've been trying to work with security services to help us identify, if we can figure out what persons are working under those contracts. And it's proven more difficult than we had anticipated. But we're still on it, and we are
So that's
looking
more
for
on
that
the
information.
contractor side versus if you're like a volunteer going into like a smart reader.
Currently, the volunteers we have on the volunteer website, the trainings. What we would love to do is flesh that out, and I think in terms of developing something more robust. But that's what we have for them now. We have all volunteers sign when they're coming in to volunteer, and they have to go through the security services for a background check. They have to fill out this paper that says, yes, I have gone through the training, I have, and they sign off that they have done so. We'd like something a little bit more in the future, but we are not there yet.
So the slippage isn't necessarily volunteers, it's this other piece of contractors that's a
It's
big-
the contracting piece, and we are identifying that, and we are, but we have to get, it's more difficult, as I said, than we had anticipated at first.
Because contracts identify whether or not somebody's going to be working with students or not, so it's very clear in our contracts. We probably unwisely made some assumptions about how easy it would be to pull that information, and therefore be able to distinguish which contractors we needed to take on the requirement for training, and which contractors we didn't. We didn't understand that the numbers were in the tens of thousands.
And then my last question, this is maybe a Carol question, or just, maybe Sharon, you can answer it. It relates to the professional conduct policy.
Yes.
So that is now part of the IBB.
Correct.
And looking at the schedule that, starts and is over, looks like it goes through June.
We have dates beginning in April 29th, and I think our last scheduled date right now is June 4th, and we're looking for additional dates in the month of May as well.
So just something to think about in there's the contract provisions.
Yes.
And then the policy.
Yes.
Which, while they relate to some of the similar concepts, they're different things that
Yes.
to front load maybe the policy, because I'm just thinking, there's a lot of history with this board, and that if it doesn't come out, whatever the recommendations or potential policies for the board to consider doesn't come out of committee till mid-June, then we potentially will have a whole new board, and it seems like to think through how to make sure that those, at least that gets front-loaded in the process so they can come to the board and be considered by the board that probably has the most expertise, just instead of having it go into July and then all of a sudden you have a whole new group of, well, not a whole new group, but new people on the board who haven't had that whole history.
Right, so you're identifying whether we can move some of that on faster in the IBB process than waiting until June, so that it is in front of the well-informed current school board, yes. We can certainly bring that to our negotiating team, absolutely.
I mean, technically, it's not, like, what may come out are suggestions for the board, since the purview of policy change is a board prerogative. I have to change it, but it just seems like if you have those, then you can get it into our policy process and our 21 days and if there are substantial changes that we might have to do this 21 days, and again, we don't want to lose all the collective wisdom that we have at the board table.
Yes, the adoption process and the authority is different for those two different items. That is correct, yes. Offers different opportunities.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Oh my God, you're right on time.
Okay, next item is the business agenda. The board will now vote on the remainder of its business agenda, having already voted on resolutions 5869 and 5870. Ms. Hewson, are there any changes? Okay, do I have a motion and a second to adopt the business agenda?
So moved.
Director Constant moves, and Director Esparza Brown seconds the adoption of the business agenda. Is there any public comment? Okay, is there any board discussion? Okay, the board will now vote on the business agenda. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
All opposed, say no. Any abstentions? The business agenda is approved by a vote of 7-0. And the next item is board, committee, and conference reports. Do we have any?
You want to do a brief synopsis of the Legislative and Governance Committee? Basically, it was just a recap of legislative priorities, including what we just referred to in the context of Whitehurst, and also discussions around, just really updates on the revenue stuff.
Right. Things are moving very fast. Lots of movement, and we're now in the second half of the legislative session, so things are going to be speeding up.
So I can provide maybe an update on the revenue package for schools. It was going to be up. They rolled out a first version last Thursday. This is the Student Success Committee, Revenue Committee, and they have a board meeting tomorrow night, or a committee meeting tomorrow night, and then on Thursday they're expecting testimony, and shortly thereafter it will roll out to the respective floors. So it should be moving relatively quickly, and it'll be a $1 billion a year plus a year package, or $2 billion, and will be married with the investments that the Committee on Student Success has recommended. So all bundled up.
Okay. Is there any other business? Okay. We are ending a tiny bit early.
Well, that's all
So,
relative.
I think it's time to talk about stuff for at least another 20
20
minutes.
minutes, I was gonna
because,
just-
You know,
okay.
we got at least 12 minutes more before we're supposed to adjourn.
I just have a quick staff announcement for those that didn't get the early announcement. Staff, you're excused. We're canceling our
Yes.
leadership team meeting in the morning. I appreciate your endurance on this yet another 14-hour day and working through the weekend.
The critical mass of exhaustion was pretty apparent in the room.
Okay.
Good night.
Okay, the next meeting of the board will be a work session on April 23rd, 2019. This meeting is adjourned.